the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Shalom, shalom. Welcome, brothers and sisters.
The East is where we're from.
Hit the like button. Come on.
12 tribes of Israel.
Boy, do we have a broadcast in store for you this evening.
721 BC.
Let me turn this up.
The Assyrian king.
Come on.
He took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we be.
We be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico.
How you doing? Al Green's in the house. I see you.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Cena King.
From Panama,
Sharon Brown. How are you, Sharon? Auntie B's in the house.
the highest gathering Israel.
The Arabs and Africans told us, Malak Yahawadah.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
Haka Yasha Allah.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherers in Colombia.
Oh,
Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans.
from the power on high. Ooh.
Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians.
The highest gathering in Israel. Oh. Come on, hit the like button, folks. Man, do we have a broadcast in store for you this evening. A lot is going on, brothers and sisters. Come on. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah.
Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah,
It's us.
Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi,
The priests of the Almighty. Come on.
Manasseh,
The Cubans.
yeah. Puerto Rico. Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians.
That's right.
Simeon, the Dominicans.
Our highest gathering Israel. That's right. You caught us live. I'm Elder Rick Arshiar of the Gathered of Christ Church here, live with our weekly broadcast. I hope you all are doing fine. I have the elders on standby, elder lawyers in the house, the brothers. We have the deacons from the four corners of the earth. We have the officers. I need y'all to call in too. And I'll tell you this, boy, do we have a broadcast. Oh, yeah. Hit the like button. And as the title song stated, the Most High is calling back Israel. How are you this evening? A lot of familiar faces. I'm glad you're in the house, and you're gonna be glad you're here. Okay. Oh, there's so much to go into. Man, where do we start? Oh yeah, this is where we can start. First of all, I would like to give all praises to the Most High, Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya Warawak, which is the Most High, in the name of his Son Christ through the Holy Spirit, and welcome you all to our Wednesday weekly broadcast. We do it here live on YouTube, and about an hour or so we'll segue over to the call lines to hear your perspectives on this particular topic. The topic we have today is, have you prepared for what's next? Have you prepared for what's next? That's a personal question, and don't answer it yet. We'll answer that when the lines come up, but there's so much going on. The last couple of weeks, thank you, New York. Last Sabbath, the hospitality in New York was second to none. We sat and broke bread with the brothers and sisters there. The prayer was powerful, and the lesson timely. The fall of Judea. Paralleling what's going on today with how our forefathers lost Judea in 70 AD. Now, there was a lot leading into that particular topic. Okay. Out of nowhere, a couple of weeks ago, as you know, there was a thing where brothers was brandishing guns online, and I had to talk about that. How that's feeding into the government's narrative to come against our people. Okay? It might be showing a sign of force, but all in all, it's putting our people in greater danger by falling into the government's narrative on Israelites. So it isn't personal. It wasn't personal. And I don't care what they say about me. The word was put out there and the warning was put out there. Okay? Because I told people that they've been keeping a dossier since 2019. 2018, starting with the synagogue shooting that they said was loosely connected to Israelites, tying threads together to demonize the image of the awakening. So that even our people who are nonviolent, who follow Christ, who don't believe in brandishing guns, are then deemed what? Radical or terrorists, because these others are out there doing certain actions outside of the Bible's the Bible's narrative for Israelites in the last days. Okay. Now, why am I putting this out there? In the midst of it, there was a group that came out and said something about me. I don't care. If you have a problem, like I said, there's a long line. Just get in line. I'm just telling the truth. Have I become your enemy? And that's why I didn't respond to it. There was a brother who was a little zealous from New York who thought to defend me or defend the church by trying to reach out to one of them. And I told him clearly, nah, when it comes to the representation publicly of the Gathering of Christ Church, that's through us. The young man understood it. I understood his zealousness, but we don't want no ties or connection with none of these people. We don't want to be seen on the same videos with them. We don't want to be discoursing with them, because inadvertently it ties the Antichrist behavior loosely to us. So I want to put that out there. We don't have no need to debate no group. We don't have to go back and forth with them. It's time to back up off of them altogether, because everything that the Bible said concerning this is about to go down. It's about to go down. Okay? What do I mean by that before I go into the lesson? Have you prepared for what's next? Well, this is what I mean by this. Look at the threads the mainstream media are knitting together. How many times I told you all that Israelites were going to become the new extremists on earth in America? They're going to make Israelites synonymous to Al Qaeda or ISIS. Well, look at your screens. Look at your screen. Florida. Now, this is News Channel 8. News Channel 8, June 20th, 2022. Martin County, Florida. A Florida man boasted about the success of his dog breeding business online, found himself in a fight for his own life after authorities said he was kidnapped by 3 suspects who wanted a cut of the profits for themselves. Deputies said a St. Lucie man was kidnapped at his own home. 3 men posing as interested dog buyers robbed and assaulted the man and demanded he hand over the large amounts of cash he boasted about online. Now, authorities said the dangerous saga lasted roughly 2 days, moved from various locations before the suspects kidnapped the man and forced him to drive to a location that required the group to travel through Martin County. Now, here it is. Of course, you're going to have the dangerous inanimate object that the world powers are after right now. Okay. In mid shot, right? Who knows who could have put this there, but I digress. While the group was traveling, authorities said the victim, who was forced to drive, saw deputies patrolling the highway. He intentionally committed a traffic infraction in hopes of being pulled over. Oh yeah, you know how we do this, Elder Lloyd. We love breaking the law, in hopes of law enforcement intervening. Now, how many black people intentionally commit a traffic violation to be stopped by cops? I mean, you can't make this stuff up. He intentionally committed a traffic infraction. You know how many times driving in North Philadelphia and others that I seen police drive behind me and knew they was following when I was coming up, and made sure I kept my hands on the steering wheel, making sure that I stopped fully at every stop sign, making sure that, listen, if it's yellow, I didn't cross over until the cop ran my plates and went his way. So all of a sudden, they're going to have us believe, after the advent of George Floyd and others, that black people are intentionally driving through traffic lights to get stopped by police. But I digress.
Right, if I can interject.
But this is
very
what
quickly.
they said happened. So if the news said it happened, it must have happened. He intentionally committed a traffic infraction in hopes of being pulled over. The Martin County Sheriff's Office said it worked. When deputies stopped the vehicle, they said the victim was afraid to say he was being kidnapped, but he had a look of despair. You know those looks of despair we have in North Philadelphia and out of the hood. You know what I mean? It sounds like this is out of someone's novel. They seen the look of despair on this brother's face when deputies issued him a warning and sent him on his way. This is where the plot thickens. How do they turn this into an Israelite narrative? Some of you might be asking. Well, listen. The victim then used a hand motion in hopes that the deputy would pick up his fare. The sheriffs once added, the deputy did and ordered the man to step away from the car. After deputies spoke with the victim, the 3 suspects were arrested. Now, this is where the plot thickens, folks. Detectives verified the victim's story and confirmed the incident was, in fact, a brazen kidnapping. Man, this is something out of Law and Order. When deputies searched the vehicle, they said they found guns, knives, and large amounts of cash. Sellers by the age of 22, Atlanta, Radcliffe by the age of 22. Buffalo and Brandon age 22. Oh, you put these two twos together, and I think you got, I don't know, I'm just doing some math here. All three ages of the men were coincidentally, Elder Lawyer, 22 years of age. Now, when you do the math, 222, 666, who knows? It could be geomantra, or it could be some Kabbalah type of esoteric type message. I don't know. I'm going to put my tinfoil metri away for a moment. But coincidentally, all these people that no one knows are the same age. 222222, 666 of Tallahassee. They were all charged with unlicensed carry of a firearm. They go that pesky firearm again. Possession of controlled substance. Okay, they're getting high. And providing a false name in addition to kidnapping, assault, home invasion, false imprisonment, and witness tampering. Oh man, I wonder who was behind this, Elder Lawyer. According to the authorities, now you like to keep the goodies for last. We got home invasion, kidnapping, brandishing guns, assaulting. We have false imprisonment. And at the end of this, okay, I'm going to blow. Y'all have to see this, folks. You can't make this up. I told you all. Who was doing all the dog fighting? They got everything involved in this thing. According to authorities, the men claimed that they were a group called the Israelites. Folks, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? There is no group out there calling themselves the Israelites, folks. That doesn't exist. What did I tell you? And I'm going to keep on documenting these from week to week until the shoe drops, so that y'all can know that we warned these people out there after seeing the same script that was used overseas on what they would call extreme groups. Now, hold up. Next. From Florida to Oklahoma. Oklahoma News 4. This is mainstream media on the local side, folks. If someone doesn't do something about this, it isn't going to end well. OKC Church seeks temporary restraining order against religious group. When they say it ain't going to end well, they're prepping the readers or the viewers for an event or something that would be out there in response to what? Authorities not intervening before it was too late. The threat, let me tell you, folks, I'm connecting the dots to let you know where it's going next. What religious group? Pray tell. Oklahoma City, from Florida to Oklahoma. All down near the Bible Belt, right? A beloved church in Northeast Oklahoma. A beloved church. Oh my goodness. A beloved church in Northeast Oklahoma is asking a judge to grant a temporary restraining order against a religious group. I wonder what group. Claiming members and guests were harassed during a demonstration. One moment. Okay, check it out. Sorry about that. I had to grab my phone, put that on silent because the devil is not going to disturb this. Listen to what's going on here. A beloved church in Northeast Oklahoma City is asking a judge to grant a temporary restraining order against a religious group, claiming members and guests were harassed during a demonstration. If someone doesn't do something about this, it isn't going to end well. Well, preparing viewers and readers for something that's not going to end well. Okay, I wonder how it ends. And then the question of who's really responsible. Listen, who's really responsible will demand an answer, said Derek Scobury, senior pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Now, what we know about the Ebenezer Baptist churches and the AME Baptist churches, yes, a lot of them are initiates within the Prince Hall Freemasonry. And that's not alleged. I know people from AME and Ebenezer Baptist churches. It doesn't make them bad people, but a lot of them, they are a part of those oaths. Right? Members of the Ebenezer Baptist Church, located Northeast 36th in Kelly, walked out of their Sunday service on June 12th to find members of Israelite United in Christ. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I don't agree or disagree with any group preaching or teaching on public property, as long as it's not on the property of said, properties that belong to private businesses. I'm not bringing this up to say that I feel anything negative about IUIC. I'm bringing this up to show you the common thread they're using in demonizing Israelites through mainstream media, only for their Hegelian dialectic to do what? Bring forth the problem, only to do what? Have the world beg, or have the people beg for a what? An already contrived conclusion. I'm just showing you what they're doing. Okay? I don't have anything against IUIC. Them brothers are doing what they're doing, but I'm showing you what the media is doing. Now, these other guys brandishing guns and all that, we had to immediately put a separation between that because that's against the Bible. But I'm showing you what's going on now here, right? Now listen. Stop the foolishness, shouted one of the IUIC members. The IUIC said it's carrying out its Blitz the Christian Church movement. Now, I'll tell you this outright. I told people years ago, brothers and sisters, that these pastors are going to do what? They're going to take a different front. They're going to take a different front against Israelites soon, because why? The awakening has affected their bottom line. And I told people this. Don't forget, there's many people in the Gathering of Christ Church, and all of them, 99.9% of them, has been converted from mainstream Christianity out of one of those sects, be it Jehovah's Witness, be it Seventh-day Adventist, be it Baptist, Catholic, non-denominational. So a lot of these pastors are panicking within the inner cities and down south. Why? Because they're trying to hold on to the few people who are left. Who are left from what, you might ask? Who are left from the mega churches. They're trying to keep the people that the mega churches haven't pillaged from them. All the real financial bigwigs and influencers are too proud to be in some small church. Okay, they want to go where the networks are. Joel Osteen, Creative Flow of Dollars, TD Jakes. They want to be seen where the crowd is. So these pastors are panicking because guess what? The truth has shaken these churches. And there's nothing left, especially after 2 years of almost a year of churches being completely empty. So this is a full frontal, a political frontal. So that, and someone is telling these pastors, if you don't hold on to these people, you lose your influence altogether, including your political influence. Church was one time used as nothing more than a wing of the Democrat Party. So this thing is growing deeper than just Israelites or IUIC or Israelite. This is affecting the bottom line, the influence, the liberal influence, or the power of the black vote that the churches always had as a political, that's right, paperweight that held them a position within the White House. It held down everything. At least the Democrats could say we have the churches. So this is a political move. This is what I'm telling y'all, folks. Watch how they weave a whole narrative with the story at the end of the day down the line, and we probably see it this summer. I'm going to tell you, we probably see it this summer, folks, where at the end of it, it's going to be an Israelite at the end of some big story. Who knows? It could be a shooting, it could be whatever, but I'm putting it out there now. It says the IUIC says it's carrying out its blitz to Christian churches. Now, I know they can't stand this because they're losing enough already. So the churches are deeming this as an assault, an attack. Because why? See all these young men out there? Regardless of their doctrine, the majority of these brothers came out of the Christian church. The majority of these brothers have family who came out of the Christian church. And not only that, these brothers may have wives with children who will never step foot in the Christian church going forward. This is the last generation in which the Christian church would have, the black Christian church would have influence within our society. Now, check this out. According to their videos on social media, leaders say the main problem that is facing our people is Christianity. Now, mind you, I have a lesson this coming Sunday called The Lies Within Modern Day Christianity. Right? Strictly, outright, this coming Sunday within the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Now, do I believe the Bible is true and that the New Testament is true and the Old Testament is right? Absolutely. Do I believe the Christianity Christ set up is the only way to salvation? Absolutely. Do I believe that salvation, which is access to his kingdom, is extended from Israelites to Gentile people who are non-Israelites? Absolutely. But I also understand that there's lies within modern day Christian Dalba. And see, what the media articles doesn't say, it doesn't give context. It would have someone believe that we or our people who believe in the Bible have a problem with Christianity or the doctrine of Christianity that Christ taught. No, we have no problem. That's why we're no longer in the Christian church. right? We're going to go into the lies within modern day Christianity this coming Sunday. Because what it's doing, it's giving the Bible, the modern day Christianity has given the Bible a bad name by association. By association, people are questioning faith, believing that what they're seeing out there in Christianity relates to the Bible in of itself. So we have to make a distinction when we say Christianity. I believe in the Christianity in the Bible. I believe in Christ. But the Christian church today are teaching another Christ. Okay, so I'm going to be going into that this coming Sunday. And while I'm mentioning that, we have a brand new lesson in the Hebrew and Bible Academy coming Sunday after next. Brothers and sisters, in the Academy, I have a surprise for you. I didn't tell you we were going to do this lesson. I didn't tell you. We're working on this lesson right now. Brand new lesson next week, brothers and sisters, for you new Hebrew and Bible Academy goers. Thank you for being a part of it. Brand new lesson. I got it written on my my sticky here. Babylonian mysticism within modern day Judaism. Right? Hold up. No, hold up. Elder Lawyer, hold up. Let me make it clear. Elder Lawyer, let me get Elder Lawyer on. Let me get Elder Lawyer on. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
You there?
Yes, sir.
Elder
Yes,
Lawyer,
sir.
you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay, one second.
I heard you earlier when you were on.
Okay. 1 second here.
Okay, yeah, I got you, Elder Lawyer. Go ahead. Say something?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I had the volume turned down. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yep.
Elder Lawyer, okay. Let me make it clear because there's so many things I wrote down.
Yes, sir.
Hold up. This week we're doing the power of the Ark of the Covenant, right?
Correct.
All right. I want to make it clear. So this week we're doing the power of the Ark of the Covenant, right? Folks, I have brand new information on where and how the Most High took the Ark of the Covenant. It have never been taught anywhere, any place that you can find. We're going to show you exactly where it is and who's guarding the Ark of the Covenant and how the Most High is going to use it. That's right. To split the water 7 ways so that we can go into the wilderness. I'll be showing you that and more this coming Sunday. That's right. The power of the Ark of the Covenant. We found hidden information. Breakthrough information on what's protecting the Ark and where is it right at this present time. And we've taught this lesson twice in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. For the first time, you're going to know who's guarding it and where is it. That's number one. The brand new lesson we're working on, Elder Lawyer, I have to tell them. Babylonian mysticism within modern day Judaism. What is it that people out there don't know about Judaism? We know more about Christianity and Islam than Judaism. Right? What are the tenets? Does it oppose or is it in agreement with the Bible and Christ? Folks, we're going to break down the Babylonian connection. Listen to this lesson. Babylonian mysticism within Judaism next, Sunday after next. And then we're going to be breaking down the lies within Christianity. The lies within Christianity. We're going to take an entirely different angle on this. We're just going to point out, hey, this is what the Bible says. And guess what? I bet you it's going to be 20 pages. Here's all the lies that are being taught in modern day Christianity, giving Christ, our people, and our book a bad name. Okay? I just want to make sure, Elder Lawyer, that we got that right. The power of the Ark of the Covenant is first. Then we're going to go into the Babylonian mysticism within Judaism, just strictly dealing with history, rabbi quotes, and also the Torah. We're going to go into some of the lessons that's dealing with the Kabbalah, the Talmud. Everything will be examined Sunday after next when it comes to that. Hey, we tackle all religions. This is the first time we're going into this with a fine-tooth comb, not to blame anyone, not to throw shade on anything, just to give brothers and sisters an open, really broad view of what they probably didn't know, the practices that our people probably didn't know that were within the religion called Judaism. So, hey, I just want to put that out there. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me fly through these real quick because there's a lot I want to talk about. According to their videos, another local news article demonizing Israelites. They're tying a thread together, folks. All right. The main problem that is facing people is Christianity. Right? They are charging our people tithe. They're doing it in the name of God. I guess these are the quotes they're saying through IUIC. These are some of the doctrinal issues that we have with the churches, said Deacon Israel. Right? We want you to stop lying to our people, said one of the demonstrators. We want you to stop taking the money of our hardworking people. Ebenezer senior pastor Derek Scobie and his congregation was terrified. They're terrified. And then it goes into, quote unquote, the alleged yellow journalistic component that's put together that's deemed reparable amongst mainstream media. The Southern Poverty Law has been slandering many organizations wrongfully for years, they said, Elder Lawyer. They are not a reliable source to identify hate groups. We do not hate anyone, nor do we condone hatred or racism to any ethnicity. The Bible commands us to live in peace with all men. This is their quote from one of the deacons, I suppose. Our organization is not based on colorism. The SPLC has wrongfully listed our organization as a hate group, as well as countless others, right? Citing that group, right? And as you can see, this have been filed in court, which will set a precedent throughout the world concerning whether or not religious groups can exercise free speech, even when speaking on the outside of someone's property. A thread is being tied, Elder Lawyer. Let me see. Is he saying something here? Let me see. Let me see what he's saying. Hold on. Let me turn it up so you all can hear this, brothers and sisters. Fair use.
Members of Ebenezer Baptist Church walking out to this after Sunday service earlier this month. Members of Israel United in Christ on the sidewalk.
Stop this foolishness!
The IUIC says it's carrying out the Blitz the Christian Church movement, teaching the gospel and handing out flyers, first focusing on local churches. Deacon Abayal Israel says they're also trying to fix community problems.
And we really want to meet with our church leaders to try to, come to a biblical solution to our problems. So we've been reaching out to no avail.
According to their videos on social media, leaders say, quote, the main problem that is facing our people is Christianity.
They're charging our people tithe, and they're doing it in the name of God. These are some of the doctrinal issues that we have with the churches.
We want you to stop lying to our people. We want you to stop taking the money of our hard-working community.
Ebenezer senior pastor Derek Scobie says his...
Now, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've been out there for a while with me, even when I've been speaking from the beginning, years ago, 2009. It seemed as if the majority of the mainstream media and politicians were walking by, paying Israelites no mind at all. It was total dismissal to a degree where we were almost invisible to them. Why?
Right.
I mean, what they call the rhetoric of Israelites really haven't changed. Why is it all of a sudden now the media conglomerates and others are paying attention when they once just deemed, they didn't even want to actually give Israelites any level of credibility at all by even speaking about them or to them in public? What's the difference between now and then? And then I'm going to segue over to why I want to talk about this.
Yes, sir. Well, I think one of the biggest differences, not the only difference, but I think the biggest difference is that the tides have changed. It used to be a time where you would turn on your mainstream television and you will see programs such as TBN, mainstream Christian being publicized on mainstream media and things of that nature. But with the advent of social media, YouTube, it's pretty much given the access for the same Israelite groups who at one point were ignored to get a broader audience.
Okay.
And to communicate to a high level of people at once, to where now it's almost impossible to ignore the message. So as the message is getting out there and it's getting more publicity, and people who in the church who you would probably have to walk past a group to hear the information or go into one of the chief places of concourse to receive the information, you can simply turn on social media and receive the information in an instant. And it's having an effect and a change on a lot of these mainstream modern Christian ministries. So I think that it's at the point now where it is impossible to ignore, whereas once before you could easily just brush it off and keep walking, and you wouldn't hear it unless you were in one of those downtown inner city places.
I believe it's leading to I believe it's leading to an apex. I believe that I've said it for years, that really the population of the United States and others must prepare themselves for some big event with the Israelites on the back end of some assault rifle or weapon, or it's inevitable. And I can see how this thing been cooking, right? I can see how it's being shaped out there. Starting with the Grand Master, what is his name? Grand Master Jay, the NFAC. And he was just charged after inadvertently pointing a gun from the roof. And now it done switched from that to Israelites. I believe that it's all going to tie together, which I don't want to stay too long on this, but I wanted to put that out there, Elder Lawyer. This is why we must take a stance, because we must put it out there, because brothers and sisters might get confused and believe that's what an Israelite is. I'm not speaking of IUIC or whatever the case is. They're doing great work. They're doing what the Most High have them do out there, and they're in the community helping the people too. All right. While I may not agree with the overall doctrine, and one day we may sit down and discuss that down the line, but all in all, they're non-confrontational. They, you know what I mean? They exercise the free speech, you know what I mean? But they're very progressive in getting the word out, which is a blessing in of itself, that we are the children of Israel. We are God's people, right? But I wanted to put this out there because what they're trying to do is shoehorn everyone into this radical narrative, so that those who don't know any better would see any Israelite. It doesn't matter your core belief systems, whether or not you're nonviolent. All Israelites as one type of Israelite. A radical hate group that need to be stopped is really the image that they've placed out there within media. I've never seen a positive, feel-good story in the media concerning those who believe, of our people who believe they're Israelites. You mean to tell me there's not one good feel-good story that we can draw from to say, well, all of them aren't alike, but they're not looking for that. They're looking to tie these threads that would lead to demonization and then bring it into the courts. Now the judges get on top of that. And then after that, destruction. First they try to dismiss. Then they try to deny. We don't know who they are. We don't know where Israelites are. Who? Then it was, you know what? We need to demonize. We just keep on getting stories. Find every negative story we can find. Right? And then eventually destroy. Jacob's trouble. And that's why I'm warning brothers and sisters out there. They're tying the threads together for what? A cataclysmic end. And at the end of it is not going to be good for those who are operating outside of Christ. And this is not being fearful. This is not being scared. This is what? Walking with wisdom. Elder Lawyer, I need you all to hit the like button before I go into this, because then we're going into next. What are the plans according to the politicians? According to the politicians, the current politicians, what should we plan for based on what's coming out of the White House and others? And we're going to talk about that. But Elder Lawyer, let me show brothers and sisters again. I went over this Saturday with New York. Acts the 5th chapter and the 34th verse. What happened with people in the Bible who had a reputation as Israelites? Those who are operating radically against government. Right? Elder Lawyer, let's get Acts 5 and 34 real quick. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. The book of Acts, chapter 5, verse 34.
Read it.
Then stood there up one in the council, a Pharisee named Gamaliel, a doctor of the law, had in reputation among all the people, and commanded to put the apostles forth a little space, and said unto them, Ye men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what ye intend to do as touching these men. For before these days rose up Theudas, boasting himself to be somebody, to whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves, who was slain, and all as many as obeyed him were scattered and brought to naught.
Now, when you do the research on these particular men, they had a doctrine. They were Israelites. And within this doctrine, they thought that it was okay to oppose the Roman rule. These men were taking up arms and were looking to do what? Fight against the Roman establishment. And guess what? The Most High had the Romans crush them. Why? It was against the doctrine on how Israel will be saved. It was against Christ to come up to oppose a government that was set up and prophesied through Daniel. How can you take down an empire that the Most High established with weaponry? But it sounds good, it looks good, and some people who are easily impressionable people may fall to that. Yeah, man, the white man did this, they did that. It's time for us to stand. We got our right to protect ourselves and all that, and brandish something. And you have to realize these people that will oppose you are experts in causing provocation. They'll come amongst you and they'll start the provocation in the audience amongst other people, and automatically have that a domino effect where it leads to it culminating amongst the person who's speaking, and someone's harmed. And you know what? Who's going to be blamed in that provocation? It's not going to be law enforcement. They're waiting. They want people out there standing like that so that they can cause a provocation that they're waiting to happen. It happened in scriptures, folks. And I'm putting this out there. People, you can do whatever you want to do, but no this is being documented live on video so everyone will understand what God has to say according to the Bible for this. Not man, not the gathering of Christ Church. Do the research on these men that we read of, Thaddeus and the men who joined themselves to him. Okay? That would have been considered back then, if they were living today, that would have been considered an Israelite group. An Israelite group. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, finish reading.
Yes, sir. Verse number 37. After this man rose up Judas of Galilee in the days of the taxing, and drew away much people after him. He also perished, and all, even as many as obeyed him, were dispersed.
Go ahead.
And now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone, for if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it, lest ye happily be found even to fight against God.
Exactly. So he says, leave them alone. So I'm breaking this down, folks, because when you read the narrative in the Josephus, these men that was dispersed, they were looking to take up arms or show a militant front before the Roman government. When Christ stated, let's read what Christ said, Elder Lawyer, about being wise as serpents. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 10, verse number 16.
Come on.
Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
This is what Christ told his disciples, folks, those who are true believers in Christ. Okay? There's a difference between Israelites and Israelites who really believe in Christ. First of all, they stand in Christ's doctrine. They don't use excuses to why they're not following the tenets of Christ, like baptism. They're not trying to get around Christ's path. Baptism, laying on of hands, the doctrine of judgment, and faith towards the Almighty according to the structure Peter established the churches with. Someone growing a beard and wearing fringes doesn't make them an Israelite according to Christ. Now you have the title. One must know now how to walk in the title. I send you out as sheep among wolves. Be what?
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Wise as serpents and harmless as doves. In this doctrine, when you appear to teach this doctrine, you have to be what? Wise as serpents, harmless as doves. You can't have, while you're teaching the word, an example in which those that are viewing on the outside can deem, where they're looking at you. Now the doctrine from the outside is evil spoken of. See? Because they're gauging their belief in the Bible on the example we're showing forth publicly. They don't have time to sit there and go through the Bible. They may not even want to hear you break down the Bible. They're seeing how you interact with other people. And that will show an interest. That will give them the interest on whether or not that Bible is something they should apply to their lives. But if they view negative, they'll view the Bible in the reverse of that. They'll be like, if the Bible does this, I'm better off without it. See? So here it is. That's why I put that out there last week. I don't know these guys from the other groups. I'm fine with it. But I put it out there because the thread has been, maybe they want the confrontation. I don't know. But that's their business. We must warn the people that Christ said what? Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Matthew 10:16.
Come on.
Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
The sheep in the midst of wolves be what?
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
We must be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Okay? That doesn't make one weak. Okay? Doesn't mean you cannot defend yourself. It doesn't mean that you don't take steps to protect you and those who are around you. Okay? History is replete. They're looking within the borders of America. Okay? They're telling you this. They're looking into what they call domestic terrorism. They're telling you what they're doing. So you're going to jump out there and fit the narrative of what they say that America have placed a big dollar sign behind to stop? That's not the Bible. That's not Christ. That's not wise as serpents, harmless as doves. You can teach the gospel without all of the fanfare. Okay? Without all of the bells and whistles and trying to be seen and as some force before an empire. You can teach the gospel being wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Now, why am I going here, folks? There's a lot about to happen. There's a lot that's about to happen. And brothers and sisters, you want to be on the right side of justice with the Most High protecting you when everything that I'm about to talk about come to pass. You want to be on the right side of justice, knowing that you're operating right, walking right with the Almighty, with what's about to go down. Listen to what I'm telling you. Don't be walking around out there, I'm going to tell you, don't be walking out there without wisdom, folks. It's enough. So many people, they're already mad already, Elder Lawyer, that so many of our people have walked away from the Christian church and its influence altogether. They're already angry about that. And the Most High is doing that. He's shaking these churches so that these pastors can stand up and not oppose Israelites, but come to the knowledge of the truth. That as long as they hold on to what's wrong, the Most High is going to continue to do what? You got it. Clean out their pews. So they can aim this towards Israelites and think that they can bring these people back by having the government oppose the awakening if they want. They can't stop the bleeding. But they're doing everything they can to keep the small people who are left within their congregation. Okay? They've been warned when we were on the streets years that many people are going to do what? They're going to leave these churches. And these pastors, they can do what's right and teach the knowledge. We're willing to teach them so that they can keep the people, so they can continue to shepherd those who God entrusted under them. But if they keep teaching that doctrine, refuse to let our people minds free within the churches, the Most High is going to clear their pews. And therefore, the government will have no more use for them politically. Right? Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go into it. Hit the like button. I wanted to put that out there. That listen, I don't have anything personal, against any group, any of those individuals. I pray for all of them. I don't have nothing personal. I made sure I told the young brother that part of New York church, he had a little zealousness with him. Listen, don't engage those guys because you don't want to be associated with them, even inadvertently, when what goes down goes down. Okay? We have to operate in order according to Christ and make sure we're not associating ourselves with zealot activity. A zealot or renegades, rogues. Okay? Now, going straight into it. The reason for our broadcast this evening. Have you prepared for what's next? Elder Lawyer, let's go to 3rd Baruch 27.
That was correct. 2nd Baruch.
2nd Baruch 27, Thawada.
Yes, sir. This is 2nd Baruch, chapter 27, verse number 1.
Come on.
And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided. And each of them.
I need you to go to where it says a stupor should take the earth. Let's go there.
Yes, sir.
Let's go straight there. To show brothers and sisters presently, where are we right after the quote unquote pandemic? After the pandemic has plagued the earth, exactly where are we in prophecy? And have we prepared? Have you prepared for what's next? Okay. And again, brothers and sisters, the Bible tells us there's a time for all things under the heaven. There's a time to embrace, and there's a time to refrain from embracing. And that's why I brought forth that Israelite thing and show you, the narrative mainstream has begun to woven together for what? An event that may or may not happen in the near future. Know when to embrace and know when to refrain from embracing. I told brothers years ago, and like I said, they're loosely tying people together in relation to the group. They see that your IP address or your phone follows online. This is their loose connection to, we believe this person was radicalized by a religious sect called Israelites. You see how loosely tentative that is, or ambiguous that is? That means they can fill in the blanks with anything they want. So they can see you favoring other guys who have already been deemed radical. And that makes you guilty by association. I'm telling y'all, folks, that's why I told that brother last week. I'm like, listen, if you don't see me reaching out to these guys, don't debate no one, because they're going to tie you with these people. Because as far as they're concerned, even though your doctrines are different, the fact that you both are calling yourselves Israelites means what? There's no difference in what they deem a threat to their established ideologies. So we're not the top. That's like the Pharisees. That's like Christ and the disciples tying themselves to the Pharisees and scribes. Okay? Y'all better watch what y'all doing online, folks. I'm going to tell you that right now. Let me tell you, I don't look at none of those groups. I don't have no reason to. I don't. First and foremost, I have too much time trying to prepare for what's about to happen. Now, if someone may send me a clip or something like I showed, 8 seconds or 10 seconds, that corroborates something prophetically that we were talking about, I'll show that. But I know the doctrine they teach already. There's nothing. I know. Let me tell you, I understand the provocation, that's within the, I would say, the excitement that comes from the provocation of the unknown within a street speaking. I've been there. I understand it. The spontaneous reaction from a stranger. It's almost like reality TV, but it doesn't excite me because I've been a part of it. I know what to do. I've been on the streets. But now I know the power structure. You look at these videos, you're favoriting, you're sitting down in different conference calls with some of these people. You don't even know if government is on these calls with them. And you're connecting yourself with these people. Be careful. Just follow Christ. Follow the truth. Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Okay? Now, Elder Lawyer, let's get the stupor real quick so we can go into have you prepared for what's next. What are they saying comes next? And are you prepared for that?
Yes, sir. This is 2 Baruch chapter 25, verse number 1.
Read it.
And he answered and said unto me, Thou too shall be preserved till that time, till that sign which the Most High will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days.
Okay.
This therefore shall be the sign.
Here's the sign.
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth. Hold on, Elder Lawyer. Let's get the definition of stupor. Stupor. Definition. A condition. Let me blow it up here. Read it again for me, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 2 Baruch 25 and verse 1. And he answered and said unto me, Thou too shall be preserved till that time, till that sign which the Most High will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days. And therefore shall be this therefore shall be the sign.
What's the sign?
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
A what shall seize the inhabitant of the earth?
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
Look at this, brothers and sisters.
Stupor.
Stupor. A condition of greatly dulled or completely suspended sense or sensibility, as one in a drunken stupor. The Most High says that this is going to hit the earth all at once. Tell me, are we not living under this right now? Specifically, a chiefly mental condition marked by absence of spontaneous movement, greatly diminished responsiveness to stimulation, and usually impaired consciousness. People are going to be checking out. The majority of the earth under what? A mental illness. This is why there's no pushback when you see the president say that we're going to give out crack pipes and drug paraphernalia. More. Check this out. A stupor. The Bible, it was shown Baruch this would happen. Drug dispensaries all over the place. Marijuana all over the place. Synthetic drugs. Marijuana, meth. Prescription drugs. A stupor. Impaired consciousness. Listen, a state of extreme apathy or torpor resulting often from the stress or shock. The people will be what? In a daze. In a daze. A stupor. A stupor, which means what? The definition of a stupor is the state where you are in a daze or nearly unconscious. When you get very drunk and don't know what is going on. You have no idea what is going on. This is an example of a situation where you are a stupor, a state of reduced consciousness or sensibility. What is symptoms of stupor? Stupor is the state of complete psychomotor inhibition with retention of consciousness. The patient in the stupor presents sitting or lying motionless in bed. Catatonic patients may adopt a statuesque posture or some bizarre symbolic position, such as having their arms outstretched in the position of crucifixion, open to be destroyed, folks. Now, there's also the stupor, which is what? A medical condition. Let's look at the medical condition. Stupor. What does stupor mean? Well, let's see. Stupor can be a serious mental state where people don't respond to normal conversation. Are we not living in a stupor right now? Listen to this. Stupor can be a serious mental state where people don't respond to normal conversation. Some people don't even know how to conversate anymore since the advent of texting. Instead, they respond only to physical stimulation, such as to pain or rubbing on their chest, which is known as a sternal rub. Right? Another word for stupor is obtuned. Stupor can be considered a very serious symptom because it's associated with disorders like drug overdose, like stroke, lack of oxygen. Lack of what? Lack of oxygen. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. I think we just went through a stupor that had a lack of oxygen, did we not? Tell me the word of God isn't true. Meningitis or brain swelling. Usually brain swelling leads to strokes. Look at this here. Let's see the symptoms of a stupor, because the world powers call it something else, but God said a stupor would come. Abnormal breathing. Abnormal breathing, folks, such as breathing too slow or fast. Muscles contracted in abnormal ways, pupils that are wider or smaller than normal, pupils that don't react or change with exposure to light. But this is what I can't breathe. I think that George Floyd thing, well before it happened, during the campaign, was leading into something. He put his knee on my neck and he cried, "Mama, I cannot breathe." And then right after the election, the whole earth lost its breath. There was prohibited breathing throughout all of the earth right after the election. The Bible calls that a what? A stupor. The word of God, Baruch, calls that a stupor. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This therefore shall be the sign, when a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth, and they shall fall into many tribulations, and again when they shall fall into great torments.
It says we shall fall, the earth shall fall into many tribulations. Many tribulations, folks. Okay. Fair use. Many tribulations, lawyer. What will you do next? Have you prepared for what's next? Let's hear. Fair use.
We do need more money, but we don't just need more money for vaccines for children eventually.
Fair use.
We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic.
There's going to be another what? There's going to be another what?
Vaccines for children eventually. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic.
Now, how would he know that? Something so unpredictable, Elder Lawyer. How could someone know when a disease is going to hit the people all at once again? Have you prepared for what's coming? I told y'all. Fair use. The whole earth is distracted with all these little mundane conversations, not realizing that eventually what's about to happen in the earth, the majority of the people will be blindsided.
For vaccines for children eventually. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. We have to think ahead. And that's not something the last outfit did very well. That's something
we have to plan ahead.
We've been doing fairly well. That's why we need the money.
That's why we need the money. Oh, and everyone, oh my goodness. So many people are so distracted with everything else. Elder Lawyer, we're going to go through all of what Baruch said would happen. And this is why I told people, do not fall into their narratives. Do not follow these guys out there that are talking about guns and all this other stuff. Keep your eye on the prize. Like the disciples did. Like Christ warned us to do. Because everyone is looking into everything else. And guess what? A storm is coming. A storm will soon be here. Biden. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic June 21st, 22. Now, normally they have a lot of people distracted with the Juneteenth holiday, which I could care less about. Because outright, they gave this month as Pride Month. And this is how they attach us and get our spirit into something that has nothing to do with our people. To have us connect to and co-sign immoral behavior. So we can't have nothing by ourselves unless it's attached to something what? Something that's totally perverted and against God. So you're not going to hear me talking about no Juneteenth. I could care less about Juneteenth. I know the people who are behind Juneteenth. The same people allegedly who was behind Black Lives Matter and everything else. Okay? You can no longer pacify us. We don't want another day of nothing. Symbolism. This is what we should be looking at instead of Juneteenth garbage. Should we be preparing for a second pandemic to arrive? The man in the White House sure seems to think so, as a lot of people don't take, I don't want to quote some of this stuff. But they're asking for more money in preparation for another pandemic. It's before Senate and Congress. Right now, it's before Congress, folks. We'll get through at least this year. We do need more money, but we don't just need more money for the jab. For children, eventually, mind you. We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. Yeah, there's going to be another one, Biden said. Now, I played the quote there. To let you all know, it came from the proverbial horse's mouth. Now, if you think that what came from the last thing that they did a few years ago, that the great resignation came out of that, where there's no jobs left for hundreds of thousands of people right now. With the gas prices only going up, with Biden saying that he's going to get rid of fossil fuel altogether. That means no gasoline for your cars. What do you think another few months like that will do to those who hardly survived the last 2 years? The Bible calls this Jacob's trouble. You think, and let me tell you, the rich were affected by this. I'm not talking, what do you think will happen to the poor, our people, in number? Bitcoin took a dive. Everybody and their mother was saying Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. And I told people years ago, yes, it's good to do stocks if you know when to pull your money out. But like all stock, it becomes what? A bubble. It grows. Why do you think they call it a bubble? It's a bubble until they see everyone is in it making money, and then they pop it. Pop. The gas prices totally plummeted the Bitcoin. And we showed in the Academy last Sunday where the president Biden said, you know, in the primaries, I mean, in the debates with Trump, that he's going to do away with fossil fuel, which means gas, oil, and under the laws of supply and demand. When something is scarce, which means it's not being produced anymore like it used to, like it was. Well, in supply and demand, the prices all by default rises. And he said that before the Ukrainian war, because the excuse they're using now is because the Ukrainian-Russian war is why there's a gas tax. Nah, he said he was going to do this before the election. But so many people were so concerned with riots and racist. Now, what people vote based on someone being racist? That's idiocy at its best. That's a stupor. Let me tell you, when the Chinese went to get that law passed to protect Asians, do you think they cared whether or not that the white people in position loved or hated Asians? Think about that. You think they cared about the people in position and whether or not those people liked Asians? Politics isn't about who you like or don't like. Okay? It comes down to using your power to barter with politically. If you have power, feelings is out the window. You get nothing from me unless you tell me what you're giving me first. That's how everyone else look at voting. Only our people can get mad at someone because of their race or because someone said something and say, well, because this person is racist, I'm going to vote for the other guy. How stupid do they think we are? When everyone else is negotiating politically with their voting power. No, China didn't care whether or not they were racist. They said, well, listen, we have a lot of capital invested in this country and a lot of debt owed to our country. You're going to pass that bill because we want you to pass the bill, and we don't care if you hate us, because that's the political power they've established as a group, unified. See, a unified group. They don't care what anyone else thinks about them. They're unified. If they're going to operate politically, guess what? They pay for the laws to be passed. Using the political, believe it or not, using the political machine the way it was constructed to be utilized by its constituents, by its citizens. But I digress. Go ahead, Elder Lloyd. Let's read Baruch. Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. This is 2 Baruch 25 and verse number 4.
Come on.
And it shall come to pass when they say in their thoughts, by reason of their much tribulation, the mighty one doeth no longer remember the earth. Yea, it will come to pass when they abandon hope, that the time will then awaken.
Eventually, the world will abandon hope. The world will believe that the Most High no longer sees the earth. The world going to believe. Now, the earth is the Most High's footstool. He's like this looking at the whole thing. And the world will begin under a stupor, out of their minds, to believe God has forgotten the earth. But if you know prophecy, you'll understand that when people are in a stupor, have no more value or morality, when everyone become individuals, when families are totally getting dismantled, the title of husband and wife are now being outright stolen by those of perverted persuasions. Where the normal biological heterosexuals no longer value marriage, which is the first union of God. If anything, those are signs to let us know that God does see the earth, and a judgment will soon come. When man no longer is in the earth attempting to fix it, see the problem. When man sees the problem and refuses to organize and unify against the problems, that tells us that we're near an end. There's no issue in this earth that's going on that we can't fix if we really wanted to. If all people came together and set a moral code according to God in the Bible, it can be fixed overnight. This can be fixed overnight, and everybody's sitting back waiting. Well, I'm waiting for God to fix this. When the Most High is sitting there looking at us, running around in a stupor, knowing what's right, choosing the wrong path. The Most High, let me tell you, the Most High haven't vacated the earth. The people in earth have vacated God, have forgotten him. That's what has happened. He sees what's going on. It's not that he has forgotten people. The people have forgotten him. See? Finish reading.
Chapter 26, verse 1. And I answered and said, will that tribulation which is to be continue a long time, and will that necessity embrace many years?
How long will it take is what Baruch is asking. Come on.
And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided.
Into 12 parts is that time divided. It's 2 parts per Jubilee for each 7 years, folks. I'm breaking down the math for you. It's talking about the last 50 years before judgment, which is the Jubilee. 2 parts every 7 years. And then the advent or the consummation at the 50th year. It's talking about the last 50 years before the earth is judged. A part is 7 years. Read on.
Into 12 parts is that time divided, and each one of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it.
Come on.
And in the first part, there shall be the beginning of commotion.
Okay, let me write this down. We at 2 Baruch, an apocryphal book. You can find Baruch in the Apocrypha, but I have more books of Baruch that the power structure through Oxford University that they don't want you to read, okay? Second Baruch, starting at 27th chapter, right, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Come on, read it.
Verse number 4. And in the second part, there shall be the slayings of the great ones.
Slayings of the great ones. You're going to hear about great people falling throughout all of the earth's society. Read.
And in the third part, the fall of many by death.
The fall of many by death. Look at the numbers. Check out the numbers. You're going to hear about people, dying before their time. Out of nowhere. It's going to become normal to have someone, a normal, healthy person, dropping dead. Out of nowhere. Death, brothers and sisters, is going to become the norm, to a point where eventually the people in earth will be desensitized to it. Death is not going to have the same sting anymore. We're going to see death and be like, well, okay, I buried so many people, you know what I mean? There's no need to even shed a tear anymore. I'm used to it. I remember growing up, when someone died, I mean, a close friend or a cousin, let me tell you, the whole block was down for about at least 2 weeks. If it's the family, you're feeling that for almost a whole month. Now when people go to the funeral, oh yeah, let's go back. Oh, let's get it. Ain't nothing happened. It's like the person was never here, folks. They become a distant memory. So much death is going on at this point. I remember growing up, my cousin Mark, 5th and Lithgow, right up the street off of Lehigh, where St. Christopher's Hospital is. My cousin Mark got shot, right? Ephraimite shot my cousin. He, because I guess there was an interaction because some girls liked him or whatever, and it went bad. He was shot in front of his mother's door, and I remember that. Let me tell you, I still think of it. I was traumatized at the age of like 10 or 11. He was just at my house playing with us, my cousin, a few days before it happened. Okay? And let me tell you, all those who knew our family and knew them, we all shut down. We all mourned. I remember when there was real mourning when someone dies. Not anymore. That's when we had a community that actually cared about the people in it. Where death wasn't as rampant and normal as it is, as normalized as it is today. So when someone died in our community, everyone knew about it. And you know what? At the same time, we would band together for justice within our communities when it came to someone killing someone within our families. And I'm talking about justice within the community. I don't know if y'all remember any of these things, man. I don't know if y'all remember this, but this is what the Most High talking about. He's talking about so much death that the earth become desensitized. We're used to death as something normal. It's a side effect to a medication today. That's how normalized it has become. Oh yeah. You take this pill and certain fatal things have happened afterwards. Okay. If you think about suicide or killing yourself, you have enough sense to call your doctor and speak to your doctor the next day, because I'm sure you're in the right mind to know that, I'm sure you're in the right mind thinking of suicide. Suicide is a side effect now. Sudden death is a side effect of certain medications now. That's how normalized they have made death in the earth, folks. Finish reading.
Yes, sir. And in the fourth part, the sending of the sword, and in the fifth part, famine and the withholding of rain, and in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors, and in the eighth part, a multitude of specters and the attacks of the Shadim.
Specters in Shadim. That's demonic attacks, poltergeist, mental illness, demon possession. The world has gone mad. It was prophesied in Baruch, folks. The attacks of the specters in the Shadim, where they'll jump in people and have you say something real quick. You'll be like, oh, why did I say that? A moment would have us make permanent decisions, not realizing we were taken in a moment with the spirit that came into our body during the time in which what? It can be a sensitive, emotional time, and that's when they jump in and use you. It's called attacks. And guess what? None of us are absolved from being able. You know, this can happen to anyone, folks. It doesn't matter whether or not you prayed up. It doesn't matter if you're teaching. It doesn't matter if you know the law. We all have down moments. And you know what? They're sitting in the wing, waiting, watching us. They're in the wings. They're in the shadows. They're waiting. They're watching us. It's called the attacks of the specters in the Shadim. What do you think has happened, folks? They've incentivized witches, warlocks, top druids over governments of the earth. And they have let these demons loose on all of the population. The Bible tells us that at the very end, that all of these demons would be released from the river Euphrates. They've come through gates and they're rampant within all these cities. Right now. And they sit and wait and they watch. And they wait for an emotional moment so they can jump from one person to the next, hoping that at the end of these attacks, someone dies. And then once someone dies, the spirit leaves that person and it goes to find what? New people to kill. In these spirits, they'll make it where what? There's no place of peace or rest within your minds. That's how it works. You stay anxious all the time. You stay fearful all the time. There's no rest in your mind at all. You cannot have one moment of peace. This is how they work. And they're waiting for an emotional moment when you break or cry or get upset or someone offend you, and that's when they jump in. It's called the attacks of the specters in Shittim. And the reason why brothers and sisters don't realize how this stuff works, because why? We relate demonic attacks and possession to what? The Exorcist. See? If someone a head isn't spinning around and green stuff coming out of the mouth, we don't believe that, okay, there's a demon in the room attacking. This is how you know a demon. I'm gonna give you an example how you know when a demon is working. Okay? Demons, listen to me clearly, and I broke this down years ago, Elder Lawyer. When Christ had a man who was deaf, who couldn't hear, he would command the spirit to leave so that they can hear. Okay? It was a demon stopping the hearing. If someone couldn't talk, Christ would cast a demon out so that they could speak. A blind man, if he couldn't see, Christ would cast out the demon that was blocking his vision so that he could see. So how do you know there's a demon operating in the midst of an argument? when you're talking to someone, and guess what? You know they heard you, but in their responses, it's as if they were deaf. Their hearing was blocked, which can only infuriate you even more, because what? You think they're not listening. No, they're listening. The demon have caused them to become deaf in a time in which they needed to hear you. This is how it works, folks. And you're speaking to somebody, and they're speaking to you and say, I didn't say that. Why are you saying that? Did you hear me? And the spirit will jump back and forth between two people to block their communication. That's an attack between the specters or the shadim. They'll make it where you don't see what the other person is saying. You don't hear what the other person is saying. And another thing is, you're trying to express yourself and your tongue become tied. You know what you want to say, but you end up saying something different. That's right. It blocks you from being able to speak too. So the best thing to do when you understand that there's emotions going is to do nothing. If they're in the room, if they're operating, they're going to use your members. And it usually happens in the height of an emotion. And none of us are absolved from getting attacked. Come on, other lawyer, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 12. And in the 9th part, the fall of fire. And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression.
Rapine and much oppression. And folks, the oppression happens with what? With all the goods that we need going up. When now $100 or $200 can only cover one meal for that day. Rapine leads to famine. These people are jacking up the prices on everything, including gas. And because goods comes through vehicles, planes, trains, cars, trucks, and all of these require fuel, by default, all products goes up exponentially. That's oppression. That's oppression when you go to your car and you can't even afford anything right now with the prices going up. And now your gas prices to fill up your gas tank is $90, $100. And hey, in America, especially, you know how America and Texas and all that, how we love our big cars. That's oppression, folks. We're being pressed. And I just put this out there in the academy last Sunday. Y'all got to get in that academy, folks, where they are putting sisters out of Section 8 and moving them back into the cities, knowing that they're concocting something within these cities. At one time, you can use Section 8 to go into an area with better schools for your children with the vouchers. Nah. They're taking away, under the Biden administration, a lot of our people are losing their Section 8 subsidies unless they go back into the neighborhoods they came from. Listen to what, here we go, folks. Let's read.
And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity.
And at the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity. Unchastity. What does that mean? You got it. Tinder, Bumble, OnlyFans, Instagram, instant access to what? Sexual satisfaction immediately. Unchastity. The only thing Satan needed to do was take the shame out of high-level harlotry. As long as nobody know about it. That's all they needed. That's all Satan had to do. Do it under the cloud of anonymity. To do it under the cloud of anonymous, where no one knows. That's all. They had to come up with the technology where someone can be sleeping with 3, 4, 5 people a week without the shame that comes with it. Swipe, 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 match, 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 match. See? Unchastity. Not realizing that you're fusing yourself with all these different spirits. And by doing so, you're merging your spirit with all these different crazies that are out there. When you fuse with a person like that, when a man enters a woman, those two become one flesh. And when you leave, unfortunate for women, because women are the entry, a man leaves a part of himself in you, in your mind. So it's wrong on either side, but it more so affects the woman, because the woman, according to the Bible, is the weaker vessel. So only thing they had to do with the technology was take away the shame that came with what? Promiscuity. I'm reading 2 Baruch, folks. There's a reason they won't allow you to read this stuff in the church. Because with these curses at the very end, or these parts or signs, come serious consequences that the churches don't talk about. Come on, let's read it.
Yes, sir. And in the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid.
See that? And the 12th part is worse than all of them, because what? They're going to be mingled all around where no one is going to understand how close we are till the end. Okay? So the gas prices will go up for a minute, and people will say, well, hold up. And then they'll bring them back down. Right? So that no one can actually understand how close we are. Okay, we're going to be doing it. Gas prices always go up and down. There's nothing wrong with that. And then an earthquake will happen. And then the earthquake will happen, and everyone will be talking about that. Then you won't hear about earthquakes for a while. Then people will go back to normal. Then a sickness will happen throughout the earth. The whole earth will shut down, and the people, after a few years, will operate as if it didn't even happen. Because that part was moved out of the way, and another part is happening. But it's really the same spirit culminating within different signs, without those who understand what time it is recognizing it. It's the same spirit, just different events. Same spirit. Then you will hear about a shooting. Then you'll hear about somebody killed their family. The tax inspectors to shoot them. And you'll hear about it in numbers. A shooting every other week. And then guess what? You won't hear about it. And that'll make you believe that, you know what? All of these events are relative, and it's just something that always happened throughout history. No. Brothers and sisters, the same thing happened in the earth during Lot's time, during Abram's time. Everything that we're talking about culminated into the Most High bringing forth a judgment. Look at your screen for those who believe the Bible is a fairy tale. A new finding. The scientific meltdown over the controversial discovery of biblical Sodom and Gomorrah. They found the places that the Most High rained down on, folks. Sulfur and ashes. All of the archaeological areas, as well as the places where it was burnt, have now been what? Verified as true. They found 100 acres burned in Sodom and Gomorrah. Tell me the Bible isn't true. And all of what we're talking about now, brothers and sisters, culminated until the Most High sent fire. Everything we're talking about. Those were the warnings before the Most High destroyed Sodom. And now Sodom and Gomorrah has a blank check over America to destroy it. Right now. The same spirits. Anytime they would like us to teach Decepticon or Transformer things to our children. I'm trying to use the right verbiage here. What everyone agrees to, that something unusual happened at Tel Haman, an ancient settlement near the Dead Sea and a layer of ancient earth. Archaeologists claim to have found evidence of an apocalyptic event. Melted rooftops, disintegrated pottery, unusual patterns in the rock formations that can be associated with intense heat. For another 3 to 6 centuries after 1650 BC, the settlement's 100 acres lay fallow. But when Stephen Collins, the principal archaeologist at Tel Haman, considered the scientists' evidence in the article that ran last year in the respected scientific journal for you scientists who claim the Bible isn't real, he claimed that the incineration matched with the place and timing of the biblical account of Sodom and Gomorrah. The same spirit that's incentivized within America today. The same spirit that have overtaken the sympathy that should be given to those who built this country, those who've enslaved and built Wall Street and was drug over here on slave ships, now have been circumvented by Sodom and Gomorrah. And instead of, you can't talk about Juneteenth when they destroyed our people without talking about some Pride Month. They've attached us to debauchery, to perversion. And the same way Sodom and Gomorrah came and knocked on the door to get hold of those men who walked in to Lot's house, who were angels, is the same way they're knocking on your door right now. They're in your schools. They're knocking on your door and they want your children. Sodom and Gomorrah, this brought down on himself what in academic circles called hellfire. Folks, this is science. Science right now proving that everything that the Bible said concerning this judgment is true. June 21st, 2022. At the same time, almost the same day that Biden said that there's going to be another event or pandemic. The Most High have allowed the excavators to unsurface the truth of Sodom and Gomorrah at the same time he's about to judge another Sodom and Gomorrah. I got more news. We got more for the Academy. I think that's more than enough. Another thing that's going on while they have you distracted with your Tinder. And speaking of stocks, the stocks, Elder Lawyer, of Bitcoin has floundered. There's another stock. Guess what? Guess what other stock has hit the tank? You know what stock that is? A stock that's not counted on the stock market, Elder Lawyer, but it's more important than any product traded there. Marriage. Marriage has plummeted. Why? Because the price of marriage outright, the price of marriage has outright plummeted. How do we know that? Because it used to be a man had to actually be married to actually get satisfaction from women. So under the laws of supply and demand, since it's readily available every day by anyone, that price in of itself of what it is to be with a woman has plummeted because men can get satisfaction without the commitment. Sodom and Gomorrah, that's the price. Someone asks, well, where are the good men? Why men aren't committed? What incentive is it for them to do so? That's when women begin to come together and take back their power and get off all these other things, because if you're on these platforms, men are only looking for one thing, and they don't deem connections the same way women do. Okay? They can operate with a woman without any emotional attachment at all. And I'm talking about the whole intercourse, all that old other stuff. Sisters got to take it back by saying, you know what? We got to drive that stock back up by requiring something going forward. And they're going to have to unify together on that, because men are only going to pay the price for the market. Same thing. Hey, we're living in Sodom and Gomorrah right now. Another thing that's going on in the news, Elder Lawyer, before we open up the calls, and the question is, have you prepared for what's next? When they shut things down, when there's rolling electricity, what will you do? More. Drought-stricken Lake Mead, less than 150 feet from Dead Pool. The water source that's right now, from whence California survives on, has went to almost empty. There will be a drought in California, and the majority of California and Vegas's water are piped in. Look, this is where it started. Lake Mead water level. Look at it. Look where it is now. Look. A drought. They're not telling you that there will be no water in California and in Vegas. Vegas is going to turn back into a desert because the majority of the water pipeline was connected to actually do what? Pump water into the desert that we call Las Vegas. Dead Pool is now 150 feet away. The reservoirs that was preserved for California and parts of Vegas, folks, yeah, the water will soon be emptied. So eventually, the few people we have in California, in Vegas, going to have to eventually work their way inland before they tell you that it's a drought. Eventually. We have a little time, but not much time. Now, real preachers and teachers and those who believe in the Bible would actually show you the news and give you the information to prove to you that the prophecies within the Bible are true. and utilize those prophecies and understanding to do what? Prepare. And to understand how to safely navigate like the prophets and teachers of old who seen these things and understood that they were all signs sent by God. Not to be taken by the signs, but to warn the people, and do what? Navigate through it like we did the wilderness until we were what? Protected in safety. That's what prophets, teachers, and those who believe in the Bible does. Okay? They give you an insight of what's happening in any respective locale all over the earth, because what? The earth is the Most High's footstool. And we know that the media that we receive here is controlled. So it's up to the prophets, teachers, and those that are looking at the world as God sees the world to tell the earth what's to come. But the whole earth is caught in a stupor. Next, massive show of force. China sends 29 warplanes into Taiwan air defense zone. Who knew about this? Who knew about this? We're living under a controlled media. Sri Lanka, June 21st. Check this out. Sri Lanka quite literally collapsing. People are starving without gas or electricity. This is in India. Now they are rioting and the military are gunning people down. You notice some of those these apocalyptic movies where we didn't understand all the movies showing people in riot gear, didn't understand the narrative that would lead to citizens standing up against police and army and riot gear. I think we're living under those circumstances right now without realizing it. This is the narrative they didn't tell you, that there will be systematic price gouging, the raising of all goods. Okay? They would make it in which we as people in the earth wouldn't have the resources to sustain and to help feed our families. So what's going on in Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka, it's quite literally collapsing. People are starving without gas or electricity. And you know what? To some people in the earth, that's good news. Why? Because of global warming and people using too much stuff. Now that's alarming at the same time when the governments are saying that we should have no more fossil fuels or gas. That's alarming. Because what they're not telling us is, well, if we don't have gas, how are we going to get products? How are we going to get food? How are we going to save? How are we going to feed our children? When everything that's produced, that's sent to us, that we get on a regular basis, we've gotten accustomed to utilizing, are actually flown in on planes that requires fuel. Right? At the same time, restricting farmers from actually being able to farm their own lands. Is this in Sri Lanka? Is this what's coming to America and the Western world? Now they are rioting and the military are gunning people down. Wouldn't it be surprised if that reality spreads to the US, UK, and all the Western countries in the next few years? Usually, brothers and sisters, I go into news like this in the academy, and I know Shapatis, he got some good stuff he's cooking up for this Sunday. I know he's going into a lot of news that that Shapat can get overseas is not even published within the airwaves or what you would call print within the United States. So I can't wait to see what he's going to go into this Sunday. But usually I go into stuff like this on Sunday and give my commentary. But it's important that we let you understand how close we are according to the signs that Elder Lawyer just read in 2nd Baruch. The question is, have you prepared for what's next? Even the president told you what's coming, what they're getting money for next. Sri Lanka military opened fire to contain rioting at a fuel station. Now, why were they at a fuel station? Pray tell. The military. This is interesting. Because under war, the first thing you do is you take control of utility and fuel as a form of controlling the people who are moving, or controlling how the people move or where they move. Officials said Sunday as unprecedented queues for petrol, which is gas, and diesel were seen across the bankrupt country. Folks, why aren't they reporting this on modern day within the United States right now? This is news. This is news, folks. The nation's 22 million population has been enduring acute shortages, long queues, lines for scarce supplies, while President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has for months resisted calls to step down over mismanaging. Well, this president isn't going to step down because he's doing exactly what he was put in position to do. A matter of fact, this model is where the majority of the world powers, presidents in place will follow. How do we know that? It's the same model that any president in place must follow. Again, fair use. Please hit that like button.
We do need more money, but we don't just need more money for vaccines for children eventually.
So that's the only thing they need money for, folks. Our people starving. Prices are going up on everything, right? Petrol and gas prices are out the wazoo. And the only thing they can find money for are jabs? Why don't they ask the people who voted for them where that money should be distributed?
We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another.
So they want more money for what?
There's going to be another pandemic.
How do you know that? I mean, how would he know that? I mean, do these things come on a schedule? Something spontaneous as a disease? A disease sits back in a room and say, well, okay, I'm going to wait until 2023 of April to come out.
We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic.
How would he know, Elder Lawyer?
Right.
I'm asking you, how would he know?
Well, I think we got a little bit of insight. If you remember last week when we did the Patreon, we did a review on a documentary that I think those who are not on Patreon, you probably want to subscribe to get some insight on some of the things we covered, because it really parallels a lot of the things we experienced over the last few years, and that we're actually probably going to be experiencing over and over for a very long time. But one of the things that was mentioned was that when it comes to what's the best word to say for it, like pandemics and disease outbreaks. There was one particular disease outbreak that was focused on in the documentary, but this kind of works across the board where some of these government health agencies, I'm not going to mention any names, but these government health agencies, sometimes when they're low on funds or, certain things come down the pipe where funding is about to be cut or whatever the case may be, they'll create something in order for their funding not to be cut. And I'm not saying that that's what's taking place in this situation, but it just gives us insight on how sometimes they're able to project and say that, well, in a few years, we're going to be experiencing this. So in a few years, we're going to be experiencing that. It's not that they're sitting down in a think tank and they're just looking at data and information and projecting through that data and information that something may spring up it's more so, listen, we don't, without any diseases, these particular agencies don't get any funding. No funding, they get shut down. So, that's just one aspect. But obviously, we know that a lot of these things are, what we're finding out is that a lot of these things are pre-planned disasters with a preconceived outcome to put the population under more, as we mentioned earlier, more control, more oppression. And we're going to see more and more of this as the time draws nigh.
Let me ask you this, and this is the irresponsibility of, I would say, our modern day journalists who have dropped the ball, right? I would expect if he was to make a statement like that, true or not, whatever he believes, wouldn't a journalist have a follow-up question if he said there's going to be another one? First of all, I would ask if I was, excuse me, President, excuse me, how do you know there's going to be another one?
Right.
That's irresponsible journalism. Or, oh, we got you in position beforehand. What are you doing to prevent us from having to go through that again? Do you want the country to shut down again? I mean, a real journalist would have those particular questions. After what we've been suffered, so many lives, so many jobs lost, so many positions lost, the Great Resignation. We have businesses that have left during that time that will never come back. And you're telling me we're going to have another? Can you tell us what you're doing in that position we voted you into, right? To avoid this country going through that again? Or do you see a positive in that happening again?
Right. Right.
So I'm just saying, but it's like it's the lesser magic that happens amongst these some of these esoteric circles, where the lesser magic, they have to tell you what they're going to do before they actually roll it out. So at least they couldn't tell people, at least people cannot say they weren't warned. So if you don't prepare for what the president just said is going to happen, whose fault is that? Obviously he have a plan to stay safe through all this. But if he know it's coming, obviously they have all types of fail safes and safety underground bunkers and all these things in place just in case. But what of us? What about our people? And have you prepared for what is next? Or have you been distracted into believing that everything is fine because they have allowed us for a short time to come outside? So I wanted to put all that out there and more. We'll open up the calls because I'm sure brothers and sisters have a lot to say about what's going out there, what's going on. 515-605-9327. But in a nutshell, if I can quantify this, we have to be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Teach as many people as we can, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And there's going to have to be a serious trust system amongst those who believe, because at the end of the day, folks, those who can see are all we going to have to survive amongst one another. That's it. I'm going to tell you that right now. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we enter in a time outright where really the doors are closing to some degree when it comes to trying to convince people to see the signs and how close we are. And it's come a point where even though we're in an urgent scenario right now, it's time to shake off the dust of our feet and let people do what they want to do. The Bible says after the second or third admonition, one who's an heretic reject. You can still love them from afar, but don't let their ignorance and outright stupor get in the way of you and your family making it through this. When someone operate and show you under certain instances who they are in certain situations, you have to mark that. You have to, I'm not saying to blame someone from it, but you have to understand the characters that you're going to have amongst you when it all goes down. So all that stuff, linking in with people or thinking that they're going to, because once things hit, you're going to have them amongst you. And obviously after things go down, they'll see what's really happening and kick in and do the right thing and become an asset. You'll be fooling yourself. Who people are is who they are. Okay? Outright. And if they are sporadic, inconsistent, and operate one way today and another day tomorrow, and you really can't get a beat on them, or wouldn't be surprised if they blew everything up, understand that's the last person you want to be held up with amongst for a week, let alone a month. So start taking inventory of those around you and begin to make space from those who would compromise you. Straight up. That's the time we're living in right now. The attacks of the specters in Shaddim. And they're looking just to get amongst the demons, get amongst those who are trying to do right, to cause all types of chaos and cut off your way from actually surviving Jacob's trouble. And it's not people talking about the enemy, the armies and all that. We have more issues to understand how things can be compromised inwardly. Because you see what they're talking about and what's coming on the outside. But what seldom do people prepare themselves for those whom they trust and those around them. Seldom. Hey. Because of the stupor, the enemies don't have to engage us and people like that. Because there's enough interfighting and mistrust amongst the population in of itself. They can sit back and wait for the majority of the people to implode and kill each other, and then they're coming through to drop the last foot on the population. So we're looking at what they're saying, we're putting it all out there because everything they said is going to happen. If he said it's going to be another one, who would know better than the President of the United States? There will be another one. But we see what they're saying. We know what God they serve. But how many of us are taking inventory of those around us? See? Even those we love. Family, whatever the case might be. Hey, folks. You want to know what the end looks like? You really want to know what the end looks like. I never thought I would see a time. Folks, I was teaching since 92. Okay? A young man, 92, 93, I've been teaching. I never thought I would see a time up until 2009 when the Most High put a spirit on me to go out and teach. Through the Spirit of the Almighty. All praises be to the Most High in the name of Christ. I talked about it, but I never thought I would see a time where Israelites would be operating and brandishing guns like the Black Panther. We're here. We are here, folks. So there's a lot of systems in place that the Most High would like us to understand what's going on prophetically, because he said it would happen, and knowing who and what to avoid in the earth. So that's why I put that out there. That's a sign. It's nothing personal with anyone. The Most High showed us Everything that we said was going to happen is happening. And he's putting it out there right in front of us. This is what you avoid when it comes to these guys. Here's the scriptures on those guys. Avoid them. Something is coming. But that's on every layer. That's even those of our own household. Christ says your enemies shall be those, your foes shall be those of your own household, where the mother will betray the daughter and the father the son. And I'm looking online and I'm looking at daughters and mother competing for the same man. I'm seeing instances. I didn't even look at that as a sign back then. Marvin Gaye's father shoots him dead. That was a sign. Folks, it's crazy. There's only a 25% that any people, that any marriage will stay together past 10 years. 75% of all marriages ends in divorce. Crazy. And some of those are showing 50%, but they're talking about the trajectory of where it will eventually be. The children are now outright are being taught to dishonor their parents. And they're learning that crap within these liberal satanic schools that are turning the children against the parents. So we have to look at, we're going to have to make some hard decisions. Even out of our own loins, who can we have with us in that time that will not compromise us? From our own loins. So it's on many levels. And I can understand, Elder Lawyer, why the prophets was asking the Most High during those times, if the earth has fallen to such pearls, who can actually be saved through this? Who can actually be saved through this? Where you can probably lose your life trying to save someone you love. It'll be them turning you in or killing you outright in the end. So the prophets seen the future, the time we're living in right now, Elder Lawyer, and they asked the Most High, if this is how it's going to be, how can any of us make it through this? And you know what he said? My son, I'm going to show you. It's like a path, and Christ is at that path saying, listen, you must walk meticulously at this path, and every footstep on this obstacle is a step Christ took toward safety. And we must take those same steps through these obstacles where there's death on this side, betrayal on that side, but we taking a balancing act there, then we put our foot on solid ground over here. But at the end of the day, he showed the prophets Christ. How you answer a man or a policeman or a man of law when he's before you. Christ says, no, you don't disagree with him. You don't curse authorities out. You agree with them swiftly. When someone has a badge or someone has the authority of government, you agree with them quickly. Even the judge or the police. Or if you disagree, Christ said you will be locked up and you will pay the uttermost farthing. Well, what should I say, Christ? Take no thought what you shall say. For when the time come before the judge, I'm going to put the words in your mouth. You do what I say. You do it how my son would do it, and I will guide you to safety. Don't come slick out of your mouth in these times. It will be life. It'll be life or death for you. So Christ gave us how to navigate through these. And guess what? I've seen real-time examples where we were before magistrates, authorities, and all of that. And Christ, brothers and sisters, work. He works. Just do it the way he do it. Stop trying to contrive some way to get around something or say, man, the government is always trying to come against me. You open up your mouth about government and all that old crap when that time comes. And guess what? You are in the path against Christ where there's no advocate for you. He told you when you're standing before authority, agree with them quickly, or you'll get locked up and pay the uttermost farthing. That's how he showed the prophets Christ. We have to get off of this thing, this stuff that we have, believing outright that everybody out there is out to get us, where there's no one we can trust. That's the wrong mentality. The Most High gave us the power through Christ to interact with all men, only to come out on the other side unscathed. We can't be going into these scenarios with grudges, with an axe to grind. Contrary to any response we've been taught in this earth, Elder Lawyer, is how are people going to actually make it? And that's what he showed the prophets. He said, I'm going to show you my son. My son will guide the way. He's the light of the world. When we go into ourselves and now we try, I'm going to do this, and let me tell you, I'm an Israelite. God said, God going to do this. He said, I'll tell you what, God, your God is probably going to judge me later. Okay? But I'm going to judge you now. So you talking about what somebody God going to do later. When that man standing before you have the authority to judge you right now. Let's get that scripture before I open up the calls. We have to walk with wisdom.
Yes, sir. You said wise as serpents.
Get that one. Get that once more before I open up the calls. 515-605-9327.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew 10, verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Elder Lawyer, now let's get Matthew 5 real quick. Matthew 5 and 25, read that.
St. Matthew 5, verse 25. Agree with thine adversary quickly.
Do that again. Say it again.
Agree with thine adversary quickly.
And this is a problem with our people. We have a problem when we are faced with what? With someone who we deem is disrespecting us or violating us. We have a thing where we must respond as they're responding. No, I'm not being treated right. I'm not, listen, you ain't gonna be speaking to me like that. Nah. We're looking to respond instead of hearing the Holy Spirit. What would Christ do in this instance? Right? I know my rights. Da 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 da. The Bible says, what? Agree with thine adversary quickly. Read.
Whilst thou art in the way with him.
While he's in the way with you. This is someone in authority, folks. How do you know that? Read.
Lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge.
He'll deliver you to the judge.
And the judge deliver thee to the officer.
And the judge will deliver you to the officer. Chink, chink.
And thou be cast into prison.
And thou shalt be cast into prison. I know my rights. Okay, you can exercise those later, but check this out. Just check out what Christ said I'm going to do with you if you don't agree with me quickly. Yes, officer. I understand, officer. Yes, officer. Absolutely. Now, mind you, the officer is, you're right, and the officer in this instance is dead wrong. Right? Yes, officer, I understand. Oh, do you know, did you see the stop sign there? Yes, officer, I did see it. I did see the sign. Yes, officer. It seems like you ran past the stop sign. You didn't see me behind you? Yes, officer, I seen you beside me. I thought I stopped. I apologize. I'm sorry. I thought I stopped. Agree with him quickly. Not no, y'all be following me, and I understand I can't wait till God judge the earth. Y'all coming by me and none of this stuff. Not you've been following me for 2 blocks. You've been waiting, but nah. Yes, officer. I understand, officer. That's what Christ would do. Okay? Because this man have the extension and power given to him through Caesar. Right? He's an extension of the power. That's why even to this day, I respect all of authority. I respect it. Read.
Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing.
And because you didn't exercise Christ before authority, Christ will make sure that with your mouth, you're going to pay the highest bill by not following what? His path. Check out how Christ interacted with the authority when people were lying on him, pulling them up, saying all types of evil things against him. Check out how he didn't answer them a word, number one, and number two, he didn't go against the authority. It was his people who gave him up to the authority. A matter of fact, Pontius Pilate, an Edomite, washed his hands and say, I see no fault in this man. You would expect an innocent man to try to plead his cause before Pilate. Pilate even knew the man was innocent. And he didn't even plead his cause. He's like, man, give me something. Tell me, give me something to stand for you. But you know, it wasn't the authority that was the problem, folks. It was our own people giving him up. So if you want to know how to make it, read Matthew the 5th chapter. That whole 5th chapter is the key to how we can navigate to safety. You will never see me anywhere out there brandishing stuff, disrespecting things. As a matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, I know you remember this. While we were on the street, the police would come in advance, Elder Lawyer, to our street speakings.
Right.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you know what? It was like they were a part of our camp. They was looking out for us. They knew we weren't teaching what the other guys was teaching up the street. I would see them police sitting there looking at us teaching, shaking their head going, that's interesting. I was talking about what? The New World Order, the path to the mark, the technology that would soon be utilized to track all people. I ain't no time to be talking about the white man and all this other stuff because the enemy is coming after all of us. And the police, they would come early. They knew a crowd was coming, but they were coming early to hear the word. They were part of the camp. If someone tried to come up and try to come against us to do something, the police would be right there. Nah, back up off them. See? We're going to navigate through this, through safety, by following the principles of Christ. Because if he don't get us through, none of us gets through. If he doesn't get us through. Because only through his power can any of us make it. It's not going to be through weapons. It's not going to be through our own laurels. It's not going to be through our own words. It's going to be through following God's Son, interacting with each other accordingly, and understanding who's around us. That's what it's going to come down to. Understanding who's around us and navigate through the specters and the Shedems with the spirits that are trying to do what? Trying to stop us from getting to Zion. To Zion, brothers and sisters. It's a maze. But if we navigate in the spirit of Christ, even with those that are around us, and exercise the principles of Christ, we'll make it. Anything you have to say before I open up the calls, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Just a few things. Just tying it all in, going back to how we started this off, just showing how the thread is being slowly but surely pulled and connections are being made. And all of these various stories, negative stories, are being tied to Israelites.
Yeah.
And, tying that in with everything that we are seeing taking place throughout the earth, the lack of bread, the lack of finances, gas prices going up, civil unrest going on in various countries, and the preparation for war. It takes us back to those early speakings and those early teachings, 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
Even the teachings that brought me into the truth, as far as the preparation of what's going to take place in America when they start labeling Americans as domestic terrorists. As you go back to that time, I don't remember there being anyone at that time speaking of the transition from Al-Qaeda in Islamic terrorists, that transition being made over to domestic terrorists with religious groups such as Israelites. I don't think I haven't seen anyone that has made that comparison. Even until this time, I still haven't seen anyone, not to say it doesn't exist, but this church and what you were bringing forth at that time is the only voice that I remember that was bringing forth that connection of how it's going to transition from foreign terrorists of primarily Islamic faith over to the Israelites. And we're seeing that taking place as we speak in this time. We're seeing it in real time. Mm-hmm. And I think during that time, the way that the media works, and I'm going to put this forward just as a disclaimer. Obviously, we're not Muslims. We don't agree with the Islamic faith. We don't agree with the tenets of Islam. Not that we hate people who are of the Muslim faith, but we just don't agree with that religion. And anyone who would be of a religion that would preach harming others and things of that nature, we don't agree with that. But just going back to that time, we've seen how they were able to demonize that faith and draw the whole world together against people of a particular faith. Mm-hmm. And now that we look at it, even though we don't necessarily agree with those tenets, one thing that Islam held was at least traditional family values. And I believe that was the one thing that really the so-called war on Islam and things of that nature. If there was anything, it was a war on the image of traditional family, which at least Islam held from a worldview.
Exactly.
Again, we don't agree with the doctrine, but that's one of the things that they held to. And now transforming or transferring and fast forwarding to our current time, we're seeing now groups such as Israelites who, even though, again, you may not agree with every Israelite doctrine that exists, but amongst Israelites, one of the common things you're going to see, for the most part, is at least the preaching and teaching of traditional values, traditional family, not necessarily going for a lot of these agendas that are taking place. And by proxy, I think, as we are mentioning, are we preparing for what's going to come next? The same way there's going to be a lack of bread, the same way there's not going to be access to being able to really just survive on an everyday basis. I think by proxy, by attacking Israelites, those who are at least to some degree upholding the Bible in this time and referring to the Bible anytime that events take place. You just pulled up an article earlier about Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, that serves as an example. Every time we see certain agendas being pushed, we can always pull up the Bible and show you what the Bible had to say about those who followed that lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And what's happened is that now the Bible it is under attack. And eventually we're going to see the same way that Al-Qaeda was under attack, the same way Israelites are going to come under attack. We're going to see the Bible come under attack to the point where you're not going to be able to have access to the word of God. Mm. And I just want to read one scripture on that in the book of Amos 8 and 11. You can elaborate and turn it over.
And let me say this. We have 18 minutes before the call queue ends. So if you have something to say on this discussion this evening, have you prepared for what is next? You can call in now, 515-605-9327. In 18 minutes, the call queue will be cut out. And I'll only be able to answer those who've been waiting in queue. If you have something to say in queue, hit the number 1 so that your hand is raised, so I'll know to actually call on you or hit your name, hit your hand first since you have your hand raised. So if you're in queue, 515-605-9327, make sure you click the 1 button. You must call in, hit the 1 button once you're in, and raise your hand if you have a question or comment. All right. In 18 minutes, the queue will be closed. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Amos 8 and 11. It says here, "Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst of water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it."
The world powers is going to make reading and believing in the Bible illegal. They're going to stop printing them. And there have been an attack on the Bible from those who have been given a blank check to decimate family values and destroy traditional family. They started by making what you would call, instead of the King James Version Bible, the Queen James Bible, on purpose to mock God. The same people who has the agenda in the earth today, who have disdain against the God of Israel, the God of the Bible. These are the people who've been given a blank check to decimate society and or to destroy our children. So in order to do so, they must get rid of the book who identify their true agendas against humanity. The Bible in of itself is what they hate, because it identifies the demon that are controlling them. They're nothing more than hosts being controlled by demonic forces. The whole agenda, all of it. And it says it's going to come a time where we're not going to hear the word of God. It's because they're in position and they're trying everything to stomp the Bible out. They were responsible for taking prayer out of school, the Bible out of school, because what? It's like a cross to vampires to them. But they will achieve this, folks. They will achieve this. Eventually, they're gonna make it a death sentence to read the Bible. Why? Because the Bible says those activities that they exercise, that perversion, that it's worthy of death according to God. So because they understood the demons that were in people dealing with those lifestyles in the Old Testament, it was punitive damage for those who exercised that perversion to destroy family. In turn, once they receive power, they're going to try to put to death those who would uphold that same book. And yes, they've been given a blank check to rule over all the cities, the governments of the earth, like they were over Sodom and Gomorrah. They're the group that no one can talk about without what? Political lashback and actually being ostracized out of society altogether. They are in total control over what? The moral standards, how immoral they are. Here we go. So it's going to come a time when we're not hearing the word of God because they're behind the agendas to destroy the Bible altogether because it points out the evil. The reprobate, calculate evil, maniacal minds. Their thoughts of how they're calculating to move adults out of the way. It was them who would connect with our women so that to move the men out of the way in order to get to our children. It was them. Freaks. So it's going to come a time, brothers and sisters, where we're not going to be able to hear the word of God because they're going to do everything to make reading the Bible illegal. It's one thing about Israelites, but Israelites are the last stand in the earth for those who are teaching this word literally as it is written, warning the world of what's to come, including those perverted spirits who are in charge. So first it's attacking the Israelites, but all in all, at the end of it, brothers and sisters, it's about doing what? Getting rid of the book altogether. So that we can no longer warn each other. We can't look into prophecies and navigate to know exactly what to do. So value the days we're living in, brothers and sisters, in which you can still receive the word and operate in it. Value these times because God is saying, I'm glad you brought that out, lawyer, because God is telling you there's going to come a time where they're not going to allow us to even read the book. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
No, that was pretty much it. Just one more point, though. You just sparked something as far as the pastors, the black pastors, going back to the article you brought out earlier.
Yeah.
I think eventually even they're going to realize, because it's not going to stop with the Israelites. Once they attempt to move the Israelites out the way, it's going to be anybody that holds to any principles or tenets of Christ. Even though their doctrine is maybe off, they may have certain points of belief that are off, but anything that is connected to Christ and even loosely connected to scriptures will come under fire in this eventual attempt to move the Bible out the way altogether. So I think these pastors that are looking at Israelites as competition will eventually realize that Israelites, regardless of doctrine, to some degree, are operating as a vanguard to actually stand and protect the Bible before it's all taken away.
Well, I'm glad you brought that out, Elder Lawyer. I mean, think about it. I mean, these pastors at the end of the day are aligning themselves politically against those who believe in the Bible. They deem us as a threat, and I'm glad you brought that out. But at the end of the day, they're going to realize that they were not only lied to with the theologian doctrine that came from the Catholic Church, that they were double-crossed. They weren't told at the end of the day that they wouldn't be able to read or teach the Bible too.
Right.
They will allow the pastors to go against the Israelites. But understand that it's not just an attack on the Israelites. It's an attack on the book that speaks of the liberation of the Israelites, the Bible. So be careful, you pastors, on what side you align yourself. Because if you agree with them attacking the freedom of religion that allow you to teach, understand it's going to come a time where they're going to tell you to shut up also.
That's right.
All right. Hold tight. We're going to open up the calls. We got 10 minutes. If you want to get in queue, please come in and the topic is, have you prepared for what is next? And keep in mind, we're going into the power of the Ark of the Covenant this coming Sunday. You don't want to miss that lesson. We're going to tell you where it's at and who's guarding it. Hold tight. We'll be right back. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Okay. All right, let's call in. We have 8 minutes, 9 minutes before the calls. 9 minutes before the queue. Before the queue is closed. 1 second, let's call in. I better call in before I'm locked out, right? Let me call in. All right, 1 second.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, I'm in, Elder Ramar. I'm in. We have Andre up next.
Unmuted.
All right. Andre, okay. Andre in. Let's see. Andre 757 area code.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. Shalom, Elder Lawyer. How y'all doing today?
Shalom. How are you doing, Andre? You ready for Patreon this coming Friday? I know you're there every week.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can't wait for the Patreon.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet, Elder. Once again, thank you. I just want to say double honors to you and Elder Lawyer, and, of course, all of the elders of the church. The lessons are always so profound. To answer your question before I get into my comment, yes, we are prepared. Some of the things we've been doing is, we've been dealing with this gardening and this farming for about 5 or 6 years now. I'm getting to the point where we're trying to, get some land, get a mini orchard going. So that's progress. Of course, been dealing with the scriptures. This precept book is getting thicker than the little black book that old school used to carry around. So that's something else. But I think the most important way that we can prepare is to prepare our hearts and minds. And I think that's exactly what the elders do when they teach. I think one gift that the elders have that a lot of us dismiss is, and we don't necessarily dismiss it, but we miss it when you guys teach us the fruits of the Spirit, like knowing when and what to avoid in the earth that you covered today, like knowing how and when to teach, and knowing why and when to not cast our pearls among swine. I think a lot of us, we come into truth and we realize that time and chance happen to all men. And because we have this gospel of Christ, we become that time and chance to a lot of our family and friends. But there's a specific way, there's a very specific way that time and chance has to be facilitated. And I believe the elders have a gift in showing us how to do it because you've done it for so long. So I'm double honest for that. And we're definitely prepared. Don't get me started on health and vaccines. I've been prepared for that for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where time and chance is happening. And like I said, for a lot of people, we are that time and chance. But it's a blessing to get these continual fruits of the Spirit from the elders so we can know how to facilitate that. And I guess I'll yield with this. Matthew 10:28, when it says, "Fear not them which can kill the body," and of course not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both the body and the soul, and of course send the body to hell. So
exactly.
I just want to tell the body to stay strong, stay diligent.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. You always bring some good points when you call in. I'll see you this Friday on Patreon. Patreon.com/AGathering144. My brother.
Yes, sir. Bless you, Elder. Thank you.
Oh yeah, and also I would like to say if you want to donate to help the church, as you can see for our weekly broadcast, it's the first one at the top right here. $, GOCC144 donate is for the blogs and the Sabbath. So that's strictly for what you see in front of you every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. So if you have Cash App, $ GOCC144 donate. If you don't have Cash App, it's okay. Go to gatheringofchrist.org, and there's other ways in which you can actually support the church, because we're going to need all the support we can from you all, because eventually we're going to have all things common, and we're going to have to get resources to help our people who are suffering in the times to come. So we're taking the resources we have now and we eventually will turn them into something tangible that can sustain our people in time. Okay. 515-605-9327, 4 minutes before the queue closes. Sunshine is next. We're going to give you 2 minutes, Sunshine, so we can go through the queue. Let's go.
Hi, Elder.
How you doing, Sunshine?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, you got to start talking, Sunshine. We got people waiting.
Okay, Elder, I just want to say, wow, the lesser magic is shown. They tell us what they're going to do to tell us in a backhand way to absolve themselves of what they plan on and to us, and continually a new so-called logic, a reason pops up, playing off why they're justified in oppressing the whole world, and especially the poor. And these false reasons to rationalize advantage taken of population level from the homeless poor and the hardest hit to the working and middle class, who are keeping their heads above water. These reasons seek to keep the whole entire earth, great and small, in a position of quiet agreement and complacency. And that complacent, quiet agreement is because the whole earth has been groomed into becoming, like you were talking about, that vulnerable, fateless generation that cannot see or do not want to see, and ultimately they are just blinded by the stupor that's prophesied. And with that fatelessness, that majority has come to that coupling in irrational fear that creates that kind of super stupor where in droves and masses, unbelievers and willful sinners, yet filthy still, can be tossed to and fro with everyone, and no matter how sensible and logical educated in this world's religion or even our family they used to be, they're now in the virtual mental class by media drivel or the medical imposition that aim to purposefully, as forgers and deceivers, with nonstop lies in these born, ongoing, incoming last wars. And the depth of the rabbit hole is so incredible, that they continue to dig, that most cannot fathom, seeing never-ending layers of the depth of lying in wait for the prey that's creeping in unawares. For those who devise evil, they do these things upon their beds and eventually fall into the same ditches that they did for others. And
True.
Those who speak not righteousness because of their unbelief and of the truth, and not only are they flags and winds of false doctrine and subtle traps set by men ruled by the wicked in high places, demons and spirits. But these in their delusion are now open without hedge to receive every specter and chittim that walks through the open doors and windows of their houses and souls. But we know that the ungodly says things to themselves but not aright, and they and the spirits that live alongside or within them well know that the judgment is set and no one can alter it, because no one can alter a thing gone out of the most lips. So the judgment stands, and his covenant with endures forever, and regardless of what they attempt to do instead, nest amongst the stars or digging deep in the depths of the hiding places, like we're talking about the dark cave, none of these that live will ever escape the death and judgment or deliver themselves of their souls from hell and the grave. So whereas the righteous remnant few and children of Israel that are of Israel, the Gentiles called by his name are not afraid, can see the earth through the prophecies delivered in the word, and to the trumpets and alarms sounded, and they take measures in spirit to save and prepare and watch in the spirit and
come on,
wisdom of
you got
the
to
Most
round it
High.
up, Sunshine. You got to round it up. You got to round it up. We only got 4 seconds here.
Okay, to navigate through the world's wicked world, and because we are reassured the righteous in the end, that the faithful disciples that we're to gotta come and the mother with the
all right, Sunshine. There it is. All right, Damien. That's me right now. Damien, let's bring in Damien now. Damien, 602 area code.
Good evening, Elder. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing well, Damien. Yourself?
Fantastic. This is a first-time caller, actually long-time listener, but I've been in every academy since I was a newlywed in December of 2018. My wife was tripping because we started in the other church. And a friend of mine, Snipe, who's in the chat right now, happened to just introduce it to me. And something in me grasped it when he gave me the name of the Most High. First, I want to thank you and Elder Lawyer and all the rest of the elders for everything that you guys do. You have no idea. You guys saved my life.
Praise the Most High.
This ministry, if not for this ministry, I promise I would be out there, man. I am so thankful the things that we have done in my household to prepare for a time such as this. We have gotten extra provisions.
Okay.
We have strengthened our resolve together. My wife and I now, we sit and we read the word. We do everything basically together, even if things are coming against us. She has time. If she has to read it by herself, she does it. If she has questions, she asks. And if I can't find them, I have two that I can go to who are, who I know that besides the elders and all that.
Praise the Most High.
And it's fantastic. You guys, I'm on Patreon as well. I try to do everything that I can to just support you guys' work. I did what, because I wasn't in it from the beginning. I only got in 2000, like I said, the end of 2017, beginning of 2018 when I was first married. And I have been in every academy since, and I can't miss it. I cannot. For those who are not in it, I promise you, it will be the very best investment of your own soul, that you will ever make. No, these lessons could go for way, way more than this, but yet they're only charging us this. I am so grateful to you guys, because not only have you woke myself up, but you've woken things up around us, because we were able to speak to those. When the Father says speaking to the wind and asking, well, I'm able to do that daily at work. So I never thought that I'd be able to witness to folks. And when I say witness the real truth, not the witness from there, but to be able to tell them the actual truth and show them this is where you find it.
Praise the Most High.
Find it there. Don't believe me. Believe the words that are in front of you, because they're all true. Even the words that you can't find. Say the book of Jasher or book of Enoch. Then you search. Kings and queens, search it out. Because if you do not, then you are just like everybody else. You're just going to fall right into the stupor, because if you're not hot, you're cold, he spits you out.
It's true.
Do yourself a favor. Do everyone listening, do yourself a favor. Support the work that you watch. It says your teachers will be in front of you. You see our teachers right in front of us. You, Elder Shapat, Elder Lawyer, I said so many of you guys I am so grateful to each and every one of you.
Praise the
Elder
Most High.
Ricard, I promise you have no idea. I am a DJ. By trade, I'm a DJ. I want so badly to get involved with you guys' work. I don't even know how to do that. I have so much to offer to the body, and I want to do that. This will be my music like you. I started in 1987. Elder, all I know is music, producing, and writing. I can read it, write it. I went to school for it. I want to help. However I can help. I love.
Well, Damien, it so happened that I made a phone call to the sax player, excellent sax player. He be at every Passover. I mean, this guy is.
Oh, I mean, we're trying. Gifted. We're gonna be at the next one.
Yeah.
Be at the next one.
Yeah, and the brother Gary, the drummer, he's. I mean, I'm talking about a finished drummer. But anyway, I'm gonna have them come to Philadelphia because we're gonna do a live ensemble. We're gonna work on something together where we could travel eventually. Of course, it'll be for a fee or a little bit because we have to pay for our travels and all that. But to spread the music, the truth, and to also drop the word on those who are present. And we're gonna do it a little different than a lot of people are doing it out there. We're gonna do it through song, music, sort of like you see what Maverick City's doing, but it's gonna be with the truth, and we drop the truth at the end of every show and give them a way in which they can contact us if the spirit of truth have inspired them to come into the unity of the faith before it's over. So we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna give you a call and see. Because maybe in between you got your DJ skills. We can get in together where you can play certain things in between the scenes and all that. So I'm gonna take down your number, Damien, and I'll call you about this. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My brother.
I've been told by my sister, by one of our sisters, Auntie B says, do not forget about the jelly. That's my sister, Elder.
Okay, so she has that jelly. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm calling.
Yeah, she has.
All right, bless you. All right. Thank you, Damien. Bless you.
Elder.
Man, look. I mean, no telling who the Most High would have this word fall on. This word just touch people. And I'll tell you, this is what it has done for me from the beginning. When it says the Most High will gather the elect to the elect. It's the Most High touching these people and gathering us together. We're all just vessels. So I'm grateful to hear testimonies like that. Because it's through the word of the Most High, he's gathering his family under Christ. So all praises be to him, And it's good to have brothers like Damien and others, part of the fold, part of the family. Darby, 678 area code.
What's going on, Elder? How you doing?
Hey, I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to me.
Man, number one, it's electrifying to hear your voice. I appreciate you for everything you do. Yes, sir, for everything you do for the community. I've called you once before, but it's good talking to you again. I had a few questions, and I want to respect everybody's time, so I'll be real brief. I'm almost done with my baptism candidate paperwork, my wife and I, so that's number one. We're extremely excited about officially joining the body.
Okay.
Before discovering you guys, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and I had a few questions. And then I also wanted to find out more about how to prepare my family's migration to Africa and start by investing in the local Ghanaian economy so we can continue to build relationships until our family officially moves out there. So I'll ask you that, but let me get to my question. Who is Abaddon/Apollyon? Because I was taught that that's Christ. My second question was, why are both Jesus and Satan referred to as the morning star. I heard that in passing, and I tried to look it up, and I just wanted to see if they were both referenced to as the morning star. And then we spoke about, I was just wondering if you knew of any resources or people I could reach out to so I can speak to brothers in Ghana. And finally, how do you feel about national campaigns that advocate for our people worldwide to uphold nuclear black family through biblical, moral, and civil conversations? You know, just because we can catch more flies with honey, and some people that might reject us spiritually might give us a chance to talk to them about conversations that affect everyone's houses. So how do you feel about people who, one, want to be members of the Gathering of Christ Church, but two, care about their community enough to where they want to spark conversations? Should we even focus on people in those times? Because I have a website called Darby, D-A-R-B-Y.
Hold up. Just wait for you to. We can't be advertising websites. I gotta look at what's going on first.
No worries. Yes, sir.
Next thing you know,
and I want the reason.
I'm saying, listen.
I won't advertise.
All due respect to you, but I have to look at things. So suppose there's a lot of questions you have. So suppose the things that you haven't learned yet, you're still pushing inadvertently through the Jehovah's Witnesses that might be a stumbling block to those who are following our church. So before I
understand.
Yeah. So I can't do that right now.
I don't.
Down the line, though. Down the
line.
line.
I don't put.
Down the line.
Yes, sir. I don't. Yes, sir. I don't.
Yeah. You don't have to. I'm just telling you why I can't allow you to do that. That's all. All right.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I wouldn't do that because I'm still a student and I can't teach anybody anything right now.
Okay. Well, let's get to your questions. Let's get to your questions. Right?
Yes,
because
sir.
You got a lot going on there.
Yes, sir.
Revelations 9:11, it says, they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in Greek tongue hath his name's Apollyon, right? All right.
Yes, sir.
When you go to Revelations 9:11, right, and you look at Abaddon, it says a destroying angel. So the Jehovah's Witness told you that it was Christ, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Let's go to Revelation 20.
Or at least that's the information you can find out about.
They told you that. All right. It's fine. Stick with me.
Yes, sir.
Revelation 20. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. So who is bound and will be released from the bottomless pit, according to Revelation 20, according to what I just read?
Satan and devil.
There you go. So your first question was answered.
Mm-hmm.
He's the God over all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so he's the devil that's over all the spirits, the specters and Shittim, who are attacking the earth today. That's Satan. Got that?
Yes, sir. I totally understand that.
Okay, let's get to the
way
next
it was
one.
Taught to me was not there. Yeah.
Jehovah's Witness, even though they have good a value system when it comes to family and all those things, their doctrine is off. Okay.
Elder, why do they teach that? Why do they teach that is Christ?
Because they are of their father, the devil.
So who is the locust? Who are the people that, locusts with breastplate of armor that have a bite?
These are spirits that were released from the river Euphrates. These are spirits that were bound during the time of Noah. Eventually, they would be released. They were released not too long ago, and when they were released, they were placed under Satan's ranks to destroy the earth, and that's what we're witnessing right now.
It's almost like you can feel when they were released. It's almost like you can.
Yeah, but
I remember. But years ago, it felt like it was off.
You have so many questions. Let me get to the next one. I answered that according to precepts. The morning star.
Thank you, Elder.
The morning star. The reason why you would see Satan, Lucifer as the morning star, and also Christ as the morning star. And people might be confused with that, right? So let me show you why they both have those titles, okay? When you go to the book of Job in the Old Testament, and it says Job 38:6, whereupon as the foundations thereof fastened, of who laid the cornerstone thereof, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. So the morning stars were the original angels who sung before the throne of the Almighty every morning in the beginning since creation, before the earth was made. So Lucifer was one of those morning stars, as well as Christ as the leader of those morning stars, until Lucifer fell to this realm. So that's why he's called the morning star, because he once had that function in God's choir before the throne in the heavenly realm. That's why. It was an actual position of Lucifer before his fall. Christ had a higher position during the same thing, singing before the Most High every morning. It doesn't mean when you look in the scriptures that the morning star, because Lucifer is the morning star and it says Christ is the morning star, that they're one and the same. A lot of people are misinterpreting that, confused in the Bible, when really it was a position in heaven before earth was made. Got it?
Yes, sir. And I didn't think that that's what it was, but I just wanted to know how to better defend it. So I appreciate the breakdown, Elder.
So you know how to defend it. You can show the morning stars were there before the foundations of the earth. Job, the 38th chapter. Before Lucifer's fall,
thank you, brother.
When Christ made him, he was one of the morning stars who sang before the throne every morning. And Christ was the leader of that particular band of angels. Got it?
Thank you, Elder. Yes, sir.
You're welcome. And I have your number, so I'll reach out to you and help you with the rest of the questions. But yeah, the reason
brothers at Dallas and the brothers in Dallas congregation, they're amazing. I really enjoyed the baptism class.
Oh yeah,
and I'm almost done with my paperwork.
Well, whatever you do,
yes, sir. I'm going through the sins of the flesh.
Well,
just writing down, you know.
Whatever you do, sir. You follow what we have established there. And remember the spirit you're in, and never take this time for granted. You're in the best time right now. Right now, the truth, you're like a sponge, and all the love that comes with diving into the word, man, I remember those days. And yeah.
Thank you, Elder. I had a son that was born 2 months early, and they tried to give him so many vaccinations.
Whoa. I can't go there.
I'm sorry. Many.
Brother, I'm trying to keep our broadcast on this particular platform. So
it's so
I have
much
your number.
You can't say in these days, man.
Yeah. We're censored. Yeah. I have your number. I'll call you up, okay?
Thank you, brother. Have a great one. Bye.
All right. We're living in a time in which we can't just say anything. So I'm just trying to self-censor. I apologize for that. Precious has a comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing, Precious?
Hi. I just have one quick question. I've been trying to get this question answered for weeks now.
Yeah.
Who is Elohim or Elohim?
That's a good question. When you look at Elohim or Elohim in the Hebrew, when you go to Genesis 1, right? And it says, in the beginning, the Elohim or the Elohim created the heavens and the earth, right? But then you go down to see who created man. When you read the 26th verse, right? The 26th verse reads, getting that academy, you get this. It's the creation of the universe.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Elohim is just another word for Elohim. It says, and God said, it sounds a little different, but it's the same Hebrew word as Elohim. Elohim is how the modern Jewish language says the particular word. But really it means Genesis 1:26, it says, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, right? So if the Most High said, let us make man in our image, that tells you that it's not speaking of just one entity. So when you look at the word Elohim or Elohim, that him on the end of that word makes the word plural, which means in the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the earth, the heaven and earth. Now, what gods? It tell you in 1 John 5:7, there's three that bear record in heaven, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and those three are one. So the original powers or gods who are responsible for the heavenly host and then the earth were the Father, Ahiah, the Son, Yeshua, and the Holy Spirit, the Ruach. Those were the three that were in the beginning. In a nutshell, it should read, in the beginning, the gods or powers created the heavens and the earth, not a singular power. You got that?
Okay, yeah.
That's all it means. It means gods.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
You're welcome. All right, bless you.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Let's get the next call. Let's go through them. Of course, let's see. Hold on. There we go. Thank you. Kenyatta has a comment. We only got a few minutes before the broadcast ends. How you doing, Kenyatta? You have a comment?
I'm doing good. Of course, all goes to God. First, I want to say I'm glad I started watching you. I was introduced to you by a friend, and I've been watching, of course, on Wednesdays and Saturdays. I still haven't joined the Patreon yet, but I'm going to.
Okay.
But the question tonight is, are we prepared? And I like how you're talking about, the end of times and how they're going to stop people from getting food and everything.
Yes.
Well, when I was a kid, I joined Boy Scouts. And this is where I first had to, first learn how to survive off the land. And then, of course, I joined the military. I was in the military for 10 years, and I took this survival course.
Great.
And they dropped us out in the wilderness, and we had to survive. We had to find our own food, water, and everything. So I learned how to do that. Okay. And I want to actually teach people that because it's important, in these end of times when they stop us from getting food and everything. But I haven't found a platform to do that yet. But I'm going to. Also, I know I can't say too much on this broadcast because, they're going to cut us off. The stuff I seen while I was in the military, and then, when you say they're trying to stop us from advancing, if you notice, everybody who creates like a water-powered car or anything in that nature, bad stuff happens to them. I don't know. I know I'm not going to get into all like the race baiting and all that stuff from the shooting in Buffalo, but that police officer that was killed, he actually created a water-powered car. And if you go look him up, you can see all the stuff that he actually did with it. And he actually had a whole laboratory, but of course he was killed. Oh, and there's another brother out there who created these machines that actually create water out of air.
Okay. Well, what I would like to do is let's discuss those things privately then, and so that when we need to use something with water, you can help it. You can be there to help us with that if you have that technology.
Mm.
All right.
I know to survive off the land personally.
Okay.
Lots of ways to get water, lots of ways to build shelter, and plants and vegetables to eat. Because a lot of people know when you those plants and vegetables that we buy at the grocery store, you can't take the seeds and plant those seeds and grow fruit from those seeds.
Unless they're organic.
You actually have to go buy.
Yeah.
Unless they're organic. You actually have to go buy the seeds.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that. They think they can go to the store and plant their seed from the apple they bought from the store. I'm like, no, you can't do that.
Okay.
This is all, population control.
Okay.
The government has control of all that. Like you said, those people are controlled by demons.
Yeah.
And that's what they do.
So where you from, Kenyatta?
I'm actually originally from Philly, 27th and Lehigh.
27th.
I live in Houston, Texas now.
Man, 27th and Lehigh. You know, I used to live. My mother lived on Albert Street, right around the corner from there.
Okay, yeah. I still have a lot of family in Philly.
Yeah.
And
How old
what my
are you?
uncle
How old
has
are
been
you?
doing, he's like, I'm about to be 35 in July.
Ain't that something? I used to go and we used to shoot pool at Chalmers right there. There 29th and Chalmers. Used to be a pool. I used to be growing up. I shot pool there, right around the corner. My mother lived around the corner.
Okay.
And there's something. So Kenyatta, let me
Okay.
I'm gonna do a favor here. One moment. Let me write down your number. I'm gonna give you a call, okay?
Okay, yeah, definitely give me a
Because
call.
I believe some of your skills, a matter of fact, I believe they will come in handy. Hold on. Let me write it down. Kenyatta. Survival. The gift of survival. We're going to need you, my brother. I'm going to call you up, okay?
Okay.
Bless you, brother. Thank you. I'm going to call you. All right.
All right.
Hey, look at that. The Most High is bringing some serious brothers and sisters into this to help in these trying times. 720 area code.
Ryan Parsons here. Hello?
How you doing, Ryan?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good. All
right.
praises, man. First of all, shout out to the Most High for finally getting me on the phone with you, man. I've been a big fan for a long time. Been following you for a couple years now, your channel.
Okay.
And to get straight to the point, I'm from Denver, Colorado, man, and a lot of your topics lately have been touching on the separation between the wheat and the tare.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and that's definitely hit home to me lately. So, like I said, born and raised in Denver, Colorado, I just had to separate. I finally realized the tare, and I had to separate myself. So I just moved up to Seattle, Washington.
Separate yourself from
and family, man. My family is Christian based.
Okay.
I'm a 29-year-old black male, single. And I've been in this truth for a while, and every time I go to church, man, something in my spirit just didn't sit right with me. My family didn't like it because I will always question it, like, why does the pastor get so mad when the tithing bucket isn't full? Questions like that.
I think you knew the answer to that already.
Right, yeah, but you're not supposed to ask questions, right?
Listen, that's a self-answering.
Yeah.
You understood absolutely why he got upset. I guess he wanted more.
Yeah, right. And like the whole sermon would be about, why we didn't give enough. It wouldn't be we wouldn't even get into the word. I'd be like, yo, even as a child, I'd be like, yo, something ain't right here. So anyways, man, I started asking questions, and once I got older and I sought the truth out, and such as brothers like yourself, Brother New Breed and Mark the Messenger.
Okay.
And yeah, man, to try to wrap it up, long story short, I became depressed once I started like deep diving into your word, because I was like, I told myself the God honest truth, like, oh man, a lot of my people are not gonna make it at the end. I had a lot of foresight, and so I went into a depression. I became homeless for a while, purposely. I lost my parents at a young age, so I lived with my grandmother, and she was the main one. Thank you, sir. And I went into a depression. I became homeless, but let me tell you, and I really want you to hear this part. I would have a phone, but I didn't have internet service. So I would go to Wi-Fi. I would download some of your lessons and stuff like that with you and the other brother.
Lawyer.
And I would, Lawyer. God bless him. I would go up to the mountains, literally. This is back when I was in Denver. I would go up to the mountains and just sit and just meditate and listen to your word. And that's when I finally learned the name of the Most High, Ahia. And so when I got out of that depression, that was when I turned 29. So just like past last year, I came home and I started doing everything different. I got a full-time job, but this is what rocked my family's spirits to the most, to the hardcore foundation. I stopped eating their beloved shrimp scampi's and the pork chops, like catfish, all of that. Every time they just serve it up to me, I'll push the plate right back to them saying, I'm sorry, but I'm not eating this. And they would tell me like, oh, you're following the Old Testament. That law's to be done away with, and you're following occult teachings, and like literally telling me like you're on the wrong path. And even if we see you're trying to take a new path, but even if you do, it's too late. You've already been eating shrimp your whole life. You can't stop now. And like just trying to discourage me, you know what I mean? And then even when I tried to tell them like, the true holy day is not on Sunday, they would be like, yeah, you are following occult teachings. And so that's exactly why I just had to just jet. I saved up enough money, and I just got out of the way.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish, but okay, let's make it clear then. This is what cult teachings are. If you follow the Bible as it is written, that's cult teaching. If I eat unclean food, the same foods God said don't eat. If I don't eat these unclean foods, I'm in a cult because God said don't eat it. If I deny the Lord's Sabbath when he said remember the Sabbath to keep it holy, and choose Sunday, a day God didn't choose. Nowhere in the Bible does it say do this on Sunday. But if I choose Sabbath, a day that God verified from the beginning through Adam, all the way to Moses, all the way to Christ, even in the book of Revelation, where John was received the revelation on the Lord's day, which is the Sabbath. If you follow what the Bible says, you're in a cult. Well, brother, I believe God views this entirely different. I believe that people who follow and understand the Bible are in the truth, and the rest of the world is the cult. But go on.
Thank you. And that's I could have said it betterly, because I honestly want to tell, because this is my grandmother, so I want to be respectful.
Yeah.
So usually I'm just like, okay, all right, Grandma, whatever you say.
Yeah.
But I really want to turn around and say, one could say you're the one following in a cult, because these people are leading you down a very bad path.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, but anyways, though, like I said, I came back with a whole different view on things, and I was awakened. And like I said, when I was homeless, that's when I really dove deep into your word.
Yeah.
And so, the Most High's word, I'm sorry. And so, yeah, I saved up enough money. I came out here to Washington on my own, because this has always just been my favorite place. I love being it's a really green state. I love being by the ocean front. Not only that, I have no distractions. I'm single, no children,
good,
no felonies, nothing.
Good.
So I got out here. I'm solo, but I'm not solo, because I'm.
Are you in
Washington
State?
I am. So to be specific, I am Tacoma.
Tacoma, Washington. Okay. We have some people there, so I'm gonna get someone to reach out to you so you can link in with the body there. Okay.
Please do.
All right.
And then last but not least, so I started dating a Native American girl out here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly how the Most High views that, but I know natives they're a part of us too, right?
Yeah, they're from the tribe of Gad. They are from the lost tribes of Israel, Gadites.
Gotcha. Yes, sir. And so she's not big on the truth, but she's very open-minded. And so while she's still fresh and no kids as well,
yeah,
I definitely want to bring her into it, because
Okay.
I'm deep into it now.
Well,
like,
brother,
I'm all in.
Take your
And so-
time, open up the Bible, teacher, and let the Spirit work. Where two or more gathered, he's in the midst. Don't try to force it. Take your time with it, and make sure you're answering her questions more so than trying to have her believe what you see. The best way to teach someone is to ask, are they interested in actually learning what you're teaching? Do they have any questions about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you do it the other way around, you'll get resistance. All right?
Okay. And then last question,
brother, I
if you
think
don't
that
mind.
was the last question. That was the last one. I got to get to the next call. All right? But I will give you a call.
Okay.
All right. All right, bless you, my brother.
Please.
All right.
All praises.
All right.
All
Shalom.
praises.
All right, 646, we have Kevin with a comment and question. Shalom.
Hello, Elder.
How are you, Kevin?
Shalom. I'm good. I was just trying to comment on, because I started listening to you around 2016.
Okay.
And I fell off. Like, I listened to you for a while, then I fell off. So, hold on. Yeah. So I fell off.
Okay.
And then the pandemic happened.
Okay.
So I started remembering everything you said, and then I just came back to your page, and then it really hit me. Like, everything you were saying was true. And I was raised like Pentecostal, so I was like raised. It's weird now, because now that I see the truth, I go back and try to tell my mother and my family, and they look at me crazy, like I'm crazy. And I have a wife, and I told her the truth as well. And at first, she used to fight me a lot, like, oh, Christmas, Thanksgiving. I used to tell her all these things, and she used to fight me a lot. And until one day, she came up to me. She said, "Oh, I can see it now." Like, it's like her eyes was open as well.
Look at
So
that.
I'm like, wow. I started believing more, because I saw a movie called Don't Look Up, and I feel like my family under a spell. Like, they can't see what I could see for some reason. Like, it's weird. And it's to the point that I'm from New York, so when the pandemic happened, I lost my job, everything, because I don't want to take the juice and things of that nature, right?
Okay.
So like, I feel like God was telling me to move. So I moved with just like $2,000 in my pocket to Houston, and it's like I don't need anything. Like,
are you in Houston
everything's
now?
been going. Yes.
Okay, man, we got
I'm
some
in Houston now.
strong
I just
brothers
moved.
out there.
Yes, I need to get in contact with the body as well, because like I'm trying to get with like-minded people.
Okay.
So I don't have a lot of like-minded people around me. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So this is what we're gonna do,
Also,
brother. I'm gonna let you have the last comment, because I have to get to the next call. But I'm gonna give your number. You're in Houston, to Elder Aria, and brothers. We have a lot of strong brothers there, and guess what? You're gonna love being around those brothers. I mean, they were with me since 2009. So 2009. So you really 2010. So I'll tell you, you're gonna really learn a lot, and a lot. Hey, just sitting down, breaking bread with like-minded brothers. All right. So go ahead. You have the last statement, because I have a few more calls to get through before the queue cuts off altogether. But go ahead, Corey. You can hold on. Antoine, you can hold on. You two are next. I see you all. If you're holding on, I'm going to get to you. All right, go ahead. Last comment, brother. Go on.
Yes, and the question that I had was, I want to know all the books of the Bible that I need to read, because I don't know the order to study it in. I'm kind of lost when it comes to studying.
Are you in the academy?
No, I'm not in the academy.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in the academy.
All right.
Because
all right.
I know it's necessary.
All right. This is what I'm going to do. In the academy, I give a list that I show how to read the Bible in its chronology. What books belong chronologically in order, and how to read it and get that type of edification through understanding its order. But I would say initially, if I were you, how long have you been following the church?
I've been following the church since the pandemic started. So like
Okay.
2020.
All right. This is what you can do, and I think it'll help you out, especially in the times we're in now. Go into the Genesis in the mid-40s and read the story of Joseph going into Egypt. How our people began as citizens in Egypt, and read that all the way to the Exodus of Egypt. Start there.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Read
Thank
that.
you.
Just read that and relate that to what you're seeing right now in the earth today, where the Most High gave Joseph a 7-year window that we needed to prepare for a famine. There was 7-year plenteous and a 7-year famine, and see how Joseph handled that, and see how it really led to, even though he was rejected by his own people, it led to him being in a position with the Egyptians to save everyone else. Check that story out. And there's a reason the reason I'm telling you to do that, and I'm going to talk to you personally when I call you. Okay? I'm going to give you a call.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Shalom. Cora 347.
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing, Cora?
How are you? Oh, I'm doing great. That's not a bless. His name is Ahia.
All
We
right
all
now.
know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
And
Well,
is anything
my
playing in the
comment
background,
is-
Cora? Somebody
Oh,
speak.
just family talking around here.
Okay, go on.
She's getting ready to go out and take the dog out. Okay, but as how we're preparing for this, well, preparing for this food shortage they're talking about, I said I usually buy from Boxed and Amazon Fresh. I order my stuff and order in bulk whenever I can and get things stocked up. But now, I would like to know if you would post in the chat the contact for the detox you mentioned in church Saturday.
Okay.
You remember you talked about
Are you
had
gonna?
the detox.
Okay, no. Are you gonna be? You are a Patreon member, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm gonna be discussing that package in Patreon this Friday.
This Friday. Okay, all
Yeah,
right. I'll look
yeah.
for the information there.
All right. Yeah, I
Okay,
can't
and
talk
then
about
now,
it here.
the
Yeah.
question- Okay. All right. Then the question I have is about the word hallelujah. You said that is not a word that we should say, but I know there's a form of it that's in Revelations 1 and 6, and there's songs based on those scriptures.
Okay.
And so I was wondering, is hallelujah and hallelujah different? And if so, what is the difference and what is wrong with hallelujah?
Elder Lawyer is our Hebrew guy. I lean more towards prophecy and understanding. Once I started teaching Elder Lawyer, and then Elder Lawyer, he took the baton and he went with it. Hold on, Elder Lawyer, you there?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
All right, I gotta place you on hold because there's a lot going on there, sis. I gotta place you on hold.
Okay,
She was gonna ask, hallelujah. What is the significance of that? Should she be saying it? What is it in Hebrew? Break that down for her.
Yes, sir. So hallelujah is comprised of 2 Hebrew words. You have halal, which means praise.
Yeah.
And then you have Yah, which is, obviously Yah. Okay. Or some may pronounce it Jah. So hallelujah would mean praise Yah or praise Jah. The form you see in the book of Revelations 1, hallelujah is just more of an anglicized version, or more of like a Greek version of hallelujah. Both mean the same thing, praise Yah.
Okay, praise God. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, let's get to the next. Now, here's a question, because I know we looked at the word halal back, and we know the Muslims deal with halal or like lightning or Lucifer. And at one point, it was showing, some type of connection between that. But can you clear that up when it comes to halal?
Right. When it comes to the Arabic word halal.
Yeah.
In the English, it's pronounced with an H, but I believe in Arabic, the actual letter, if I'm not mistaken, it's more of like a ch sound, like
Okay,
like
chaya.
what we have in Hebrew, like the cha.
Yeah.
But in English, it's pronounced with an h sound. So I think it's a different. It will be a different letter
Okay.
pronunciation on the Arabic halal.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to get some understanding because some people are wondering, is there anything negative or positive when it comes to hallelujah? What would you say now with the research we've done lately?
Right. And then also, obviously you have Lucifer, which in Hebrew is Hayalal,
Yeah.
but that's a variant of the word halal. Halal would be the root word, which simply means to praise.
Yeah.
And then you have Lucifer Halal, which is a derivative of that, which that would be Lucifer's name when he was in the heavens. Obviously, he's not Lucifer at this point, but you have Halal, which means praised, or in fact, let me pull it up real quick just to get the exact meaning.
So in a nutshell, instead of saying hallelujah, what would you say in the Hebrew for that word so that people don't use the word hallelujah? What is it? How do you pronounce that in the ancient, in a nutshell?
Yeah, some people would substitute. Some people would say Yada Ahaya, which would be Yada meaning praise, and Ahaya being the name of the Most High.
Yeah.
But yeah, the word hallelujah, just breaking down the exact meaning, it just simply means praise God or praise Yah.
Okay.
So it's not, it's not necessarily a negative connotation or anything of that nature when it comes to that
All
particular
right.
term.
Okay, just wanted to clear that up. Thank you. I hope that answered your question, sister. All right. Let's go down the line. We only got a few more, and then this concludes our broadcast for this evening. Antoine. I got a brother named Anton. Not Antoine, but Antoine, you're live. And Kenneth.
All right. Hello.
Kenneth and Danita. Kenneth and Danita, I'll see you both. I'm going to pull you in one moment. How you doing, Antoine? The floor is yours.
All right. My name is Antoine. I'm calling from Fayetteville.
Yeah.
I want to say hello and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you.
Praise the
I
Most
got to
High.
change my words because I thought we was going to be on Patreon for some reason. But for the censorship, I had changed it up. But my fiance and I ordered both kits this morning from the doctor that be on Patreon.
Great.
Because it's for our poor choice that wouldn't allow us to be close to the flock, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so you was able to get the package that's going to go in and help you with sort of like a metal detox to get all that foreign agents out of you. I'll just use those words.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yes. Well, we came into the truth in September, and prior to that, that's when we made that poor decision out of ignorance.
I understand.
And it was October when we found out the truth and understanding during October about what we done. And so therefore, we did not allow our kids to go do what we had done.
Good.
And I want to thank you guys for that.
Praise the Most High.
And I just want to tell you up front, because I understand the flock has to be protected. And I'm just wondering, would there be a chance at some point that we will be able to be baptized?
Okay, listen, brother, you can be baptized either way. It's fine, but it was so much information. Things was fluid at that time, and we had to make decisions on protecting the body from those who at that time
Yes,
we
sir.
didn't know how that would affect them coming amongst the body. But now that you are fully aware of what it is, and you aren't going to do it no more, and you're getting the stuff to really help your body cleanse yourself of all foreign agents. Of course, you can contact the body. Where are you?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Okay, yeah. What I'll do is I'll give your number to Al. Okay, it's been a long time, so you're fine, and you can get baptized, and you could have got baptized anyway, and we can have Elder Al reach out to you so you can connect with the body there.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
Antoine, and I'm gonna have Al call you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome to the body. Okay,
Yes, sir.
it's good, and it's
All right,
good
have
that
a-
you're cleansed from the juice. Praise the Most High. All right. 323 area code. Kenneth has a comment, and I see you there, Danita, Israel, and Jonathan, which will be the
Shalom.
last three calls for this evening. How are you doing?
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing?
All is well, man. Bless Blessed by the best, man. And his name is Ahia.
Okay, now.
Yeah, I just wanted to, contact in and connect with you based on the topic. It was a good discussion, and me and my wife and family, we make sure that we stay prepared. Keep the waters in order. Try to get the garden going, and just every other substantial necessity. Just as far as being protected and whatnot, because, being out here in California, man, I see a lot that's going on. We do have a discernment, so when we see these things on TV and, the media or whatnot, we catch it and we see through what's really going on, because I can tell, they don't have anything for us. Like they're like when, you showed the clip earlier of Biden, and he mentioned that there's going to be a second pandemic.
Yeah.
You can practically see the smirk on his face as he's saying it. It was like, kind of senile, cynical, in the way that he said it. Like, it was almost amusing. Like, yeah, and we need more money for that. But you just gave out, I believe, 50 or 5 million or 50 million to Ukraine again, for war support, whatnot. And I think about these things, man, and I'm just like every day on a basis of, say for example, government benefits or whatnot. I'm trying to, prepare as much as we can in preparation for that, because I feel like that, in due time or time to come, maybe years to come, they're going to start trying to touch on that and prevent, families from being secure, especially the minority and, ultimately us overall, because of everything that's going on. And still with that, it's still an overall division. I think about, when you initially started the session today, and you showed, the other Israelites, and I see a lot of that, which I respect. Like I respect a lot of them, for being well versed. I respect a lot of them because I understand the direction that they're headed, and that the mindset they're trying to have, being on the correct path and just being in the truth and, waking everybody up from not being conflicted by other religions and, what we grew up in as far as Christianity. Okay. But, there is still that division among, people, the way, context, the way people speak, given the image, that we see on TV, we constantly deal with that.
What do you mean? Because it seems like I don't mean it's you're flowing from one thought to the next, but I'm trying to get a well-rounded understanding of what you're saying. What do you mean division?
No.
What do you mean in context? What are you saying?
Okay, so like when I say division, that, say for example, we have the Ahia, when it comes to people acknowledging the Most High, then you have the ones that utilize the term Yahuwah. So that's the division that I'm mentioning. And, I see other brothers are not of GOCC that
that's what I'm saying.
Utilize it.
Are you saying that that's good or bad that there's division?
No, I think it's bad, most definitely. I wish that, that the doctrine can, like I don't really, understand like how they would find a resolve to really look into the details of the doctrine to understand the true name of the Most High. But some people are in kind of stagnant, stuck in certain ways to where it's like, this is what we believe, this is what we're going to push. It's just like when you mentioned a long time ago how Muhammad of the Muslims, he knows what he's doing, and he said it like, I basically know what I'm doing, and and I'm a face that on my day of judgment or whatnot.
Okay, let's keep it in
they're
context,
in their ways,
because
so they stick to that teaching.
Okay, let me keep it in context because it's flowing into other things.
Okay.
It's not.
That was just an example.
I know, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to show you something.
Okay.
The divisions between Israelite groups isn't bad. The reality of the matter, brother, how would we know the truth if everyone were teaching the same thing? How would you know the distinction? We can't expect today to be any different than it was when Christ was walking the earth. And this is why it said in 1 Corinthians 4:9, "For I think that God have set forth us the apostles last, as it were appointed to death. For we are made a spectacle unto the world, and to the angels, and to men." There was a clear distinction with the apostles' doctrine so that people walking that time would know the difference between all the other Israelites who were saying they were Israel and had similarities compared to the one path that Christ would make through his disciples. So the divisions isn't a bad thing, because people wouldn't know the truth if everybody was teaching the same thing. They would need a distinction to know the path.
Understood.
So
that's a valid point, Elder.
Yeah. So what
I can understand that.
So listen, because I've heard people come through and are discouraged, saying that the Hebrew leaders should get down and sit down together and discuss doctrine, so that we can come on one accord, so that other people coming in won't be confused.
Understood.
When everyone out there and all those in position, all of us, know the doctrine each group teaches. Okay? And I've spelled it out crystal clear. I've taught the doctrine they're teaching. Okay, not to disrespect what they're doing. They're doing the best they can. And guess what? It's working. You know, as far as showing people that we're Israel and bringing them to the knowledge of the history of our people. Nothing is wrong with that. But when it comes to the doctrine of Christ, that has a distinct sound that's separate than just history and us being Israelites.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
What we can do is teach and pray that they come to that particular knowledge outside of just the history. But that comes in time. You understand? And that's not us sitting down with them debating right or wrong. We don't have the time for that. Okay? When Nicodemus, the high priest, was amongst the Pharisees, he knew that it would have been a bad look if they seen him during the day asking Christ questions when he was the high priest over the Pharisees and all that. So what Nicodemus done, because he studied the scriptures and knew, regardless of what the guys who are around me are saying, the doctrine that Christ was teaching was the true doctrine. So what he did by himself in private was learn the doctrine through Christ without anyone knowing. And then he would teach amongst those who could understand. So this is an individual walk too, outside of just groups. If someone wants to know the truth, the true doctrine of Christ, they would come to those who are teaching it so that they can convey it to others. We've had pastors who have broken down their whole church privately and learned from us so they can teach their church the truth. So it's it's more so about a pride thing than it is more so than anything. And people are after telling your whole congregation it was one way and these guys were off, and then coming later to have to tell them the reverse in fear that the congregation are going to follow those who you at verse said was wrong. So no, it's not a bad thing that there's division when it comes to doctrine, because people wouldn't know. Okay. People wouldn't know the distinction if there weren't differences.
Yeah.
Who's following what spirit is based on their actions, their works. So it's up to the person, the individual, like you and others, to study the show thyself approved and understand the doctrine to know which path is correct. And usually it leads you with those of like mind. Those you cleave to in the doctrine are those you were supposed to be with. See? Is that clear?
Understood.
All right. So I'm going to let you go ahead and have the last word. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's gratefully clear. You know, I've looked into that, and you know, like I said, at one point I went to the video that you mentioned when the true name of Ahai. And, and I just looked into it in detail, and really came to understand it. I want to ask one more question.
Brother, before you ask the question, I'm going to ask. Hold up. Before you ask the question, I'm going to ask you a question. Right?
Yes, sir.
If it was clear to you that the Most High said, I am that I am, and that's the name he gave to Moses, and others have seen the same video, right? And cannot see it.
Mm-hmm.
That leads you to understand what? Where Christ, now you can understand when Christ stated, blessed are your eyes that you see and the ears that you hear. Okay?
All praise.
Because others may see and hear the same thing because of whatever's going on with them. They're blinded. They're blinded. They can't see it. You can argue with them back and forth and say, what did God say? And they'll still respond back with, he was talking about a title. They would say anything except what he said, Moses. Brother, none of us can undo a blindness or deafness that's been put on them due to pride. Only humility can shed the scales off their eyes to see. So we can't hope someone into understanding. Okay?
You're right. Like you said, you can't beat a dead horse,
Exactly. So
I understand.
So they are about to cut us off. So give me the last question you have so I can go to the last two calls. They're about to cut me off.
I just wanted to know, how is Elder Gabar? I haven't seen him in a minute on I Am Fit.
Oh, Elder Gabar is fine. He's moving. He's doing some moving right now and dealing with his family. He's doing absolutely fine. He's doing excellent.
Okay, all praises.
All right.
All praises.
Yeah, he just stayed off I Am Fit for a second, and he's moving with his family. Everything is good with Elder Gabar. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elder. I appreciate speaking to you, and I'll catch you again.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Bless you. All right. All right. We have a few more calls. We have Danita, if it will allow us. And it won't. I think that can. Let me see. Yeah. I'm sorry for those who've been waiting in the wings there. Blog Talk just went haywire. So we're at the top of the hour, we're at 10:30. We're well past the time. Elder Lawyer, thank you for assisting me tonight with the broadcast. We are the Gathering of Christ Church, and still the question remains out there, and I hope you are prepared. Have you prepared for what is next? Thank you, Elder Lawyer. With that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm going to say I'll see you all on Patreon. We have a lot to talk about this Friday. Patreon.com/AGathering144. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. And remember, the Most High is calling back Israel. And I hope to see y'all this coming Sunday in the Hebrew Bible Academy when we go into the lesson. That's right. Not finding the Ark of the Covenant, but the power of the Ark of the Covenant. Where is it? Where did the Most High put it? And who is guarding it? Guarding that particular Ark of the Covenant. And when will we as the children of Israel receive that great artifact or power from on high back amongst the children of light who are the children of Israel? With that, I'm going to say shalom. Stay protected. Stay prayed up. Sin not. And keep in mind the Most High is calling back Israel. Shalom. If you would like to be a part of our Hebrew and Bible Academy, call History Times. Go to the email, the webpage, historytimes.org. Enroll. Shalom. historytimes.org. Good night. The Most High is calling back Israel. Shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. And 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.